going on? Again, eating dinner at much later than I should be. I have the other dog, I have the old dog, because the pup just would not stop screaming. Did I change the... what's that? Forgot about the mic. I don't know if I changed the title to the stream. What up, Ozzy? What's crapping? Thick boy. Okay, I did change it. Nice. Nice. Why is this not logging in? What's happening, man? What's been up with you? Been a long time. Long time no speak. Got a scarf down my chicken sandwich. Don't mind me while I choke. While I choke this chicken. Fuck, I didn't bring any napkins? Yeah, I did. You're not following. I think you did. You did follow the other day. I kind of remember it happening. Oh yeah, I turned the cam off because I'm stuffing my fucking face. It's just a chicken sandwich from McDonald's. You know what I mean? Nothing special. Kim brought it home from work for me. Oh shit. Updates suck. What's up, Tara? What's happening? How goes it? Let's get to, there we go. So my face ain't so big when I'm scarfing down this chicken. I got a new message from Xbox. Oh, what are you saying? See you in OZ, you just get shit from Mackers. I absolutely do need a second. Absolutely do. Why don't I see you on? I don't know, just join me. Yeah, I need a second, bro. Miss Leanne Samson, what's crapping? We're about to get this underway in 1 second. I'm waiting on some weird Australian kid to join me. Where you at, Ozzy? Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What's happening? Well, thank you. Thank you. I was looking for you. I couldn't find you to send you an invite. Because your account's trying to hide from other accounts. Your account owes some accounts money. Oh, fuck yes. You need to just go buy some cheap headphones. Go spend like, I don't know, $6 German. Buy some like cheap earbuds. I used earbuds for months on I got from the GameStop. They had, I think they were like $6. They had a volume control and a mute and stuff, so it was good enough. I mean, I used that for months. I mean, sure. I have some, I don't know, my shit was only $30, $35 or something. Yeah, man. So I don't eat my chicken sandwich, so I'm not really in a rush. Yeah, you said you just get shit from Macros. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. Like, I mean, it's pretty processed here. There's some like signature sandwiches that look better than others, but I don't know if they are actually better. Go ahead. I don't care. Oh, nice. Miss Donna, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'll have a face cam as soon as I'm done eating my chicken sandwich. That's too much responsibility.
I'm going over there.
I don't want it. Oh, what a jerkweed. Alright. I'm not done my chicken sandwich, but I'm done for this round. I'll eat it next.
Let's do this.
Ooh. Oh, there's a purple. Oh, there you got the purple armor. Oh my god, there's people everywhere. No! I'm down. I could not find the gun. Saucin XJ, thanks for leaving us, buddy. Yeah, no, you do you. I'm gonna take my face cam back off and I'm gonna finish this chicken sandwich. You didn't let me down. Saucin ass Jay let me down. He was jumping us. If he wanted to go somewhere, just jump. Your excuse. Well, I'm about to time out. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna get me. You ain't got the parkour skills to get there in time. Alright. It's Jay's fault. You know? 100% Jay's fault. You got this. Oh, make them sad. Make them sad. Oh, Sauce and Ass Jay, you went down, you. And he left. Of course he fucking left. Nice. I wanted to die, but I hit all my shots and ducked all the bullets. Yeah, I haven't played in a couple days. I don't know if I played Monday. But I didn't play yesterday. No, circle's coming in. No good. I actually just finished my sandwich and my fries, so I'm working on getting my hands not gross. All right. Oh, there we go. Oh, that fire. We got them on the fucking defense. What? What? Let's clip that shit. Oh, man. You got a squad and that got hit while you were looting. Face cam time to come back. Howdy ho, motherfuckers. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Opening a fucking class on how to tear motherfuckers up. Maybe. Make sure the oh no. I didn't have it so your voice would come out. Now they can hear you.
Ah, yes. Alright. Oh, nice.
Alright. Alright, alright, alright.
Alright, alright, alright. Exactly. Mechanic again. Why does it always go
I don't know,
to
but I'll
you?
take it this time.
I don't
We're
get
gonna go. We're gonna land that motherfucking place. Hillside Outpost or whatever the hell it's called.
Sounds
I don't know.
great.
That's what I call it.
an outpost. Nice.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, I wonder what it is though. Like, we know it's buildings, but what is it for?
Yeah, no, I have no idea. Oh, there is a squad landing.
Oh my god, there are so many enemies, man.
Come on, gun. Give me a gun. Peacekeeper. Oh, whoa, here's the... No, why am I climbing a box? I don't want to climb a box. I need like a vest. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Forgot who I was. I'm not really charge up.
Oh, that guy just got me through the roof with the thing. With the thermite. If I wasn't a wraith, I'd be dead, bro. I have to run.
Emma trash is getting trash.
Look at my health. I got no health.
Yeah, I
I'm
got
coming
2
back
syringes
up,
for
though.
you. Let me hop off and...
Wait, he's right there.
There you go, those syringes.
You know it just us. We got to watch each other's back.
Nobody with the... Nobody.
Hit him 29.
Nice. Oh yeah, it's the full squad. I can't
me,
take out
run
the
to me.
corner. One guy's fucking punching me while the other's shooting me. Yeah, shoot that guy. He thinks he's fucking tough with it.
See, that's why I hate shotguns. Because they require no skill at all. You're literally just like spamming.
Whacked Psycho. If I ever
That guy didn't get
see
me
that
this
motherfucker, oh, it's on site. On site.
He was the champion
He
as
was the
well.
one who was like punching me while his teammate was shooting me. He was just trying to add insult to the whole bit.
Yeah.
It's on
Yeah,
site,
exactly.
Whacked Psycho. So I need 3 items looted from my care package, and I need like 300 health from my health drone to give out. And then I need to do something with Watson.
Well, see, if you had your health drone there for me, you would have got like a 100.
Yeah, I used it
That's
by
all good.
accident when I was jumping over the thing. I thought I was somebody else.
Ah, yeah. We all make
Well, yeah,
mistakes.
mistakes were definitely made. Up in the air. I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Jumpmaster again. I was the first one to pick.
Mechanic, you jump
Like,
master.
why? What is going on here?
I know. Relinquish it and it should go to me.
Oh, no, it's Lord Nemesis.
What? Excuse me?
Lord Nemesis.
Closed door over there.
How did I ping a closed door? You kidding?
You got them skills, bro.
Oh, this guy's AFK. I'm going gauntlet.
Okay.
I think he's AFK.
Oh, he just jumped too.
Oh, I know he jumps. Okay.
Have a roll.
So he doesn't want to say yes or no to anything, but he wants to jump whenever.
Going in
I find that
separately.
annoying sometimes. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
nah, me too, definitely. So many people are here, we probably should have stuck together. Are there any more guns up here? Oh, somebody's coming up the steps in the back.
I found a hacker.
I need a gun, I need a
literally just
gun!
found a
No!
hacker.
Stop shooting me! Oh my god, there's people everywhere. Oh my god. I never found a gun. Oh, Lord Nemesis left.
You're
He's
kidding
going to
me.
Thunderdome. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck, Richard? Oh my god. Wait, what? They're on 2 different.
Alright, I'm leaving. Fuck this dude.
Yeah. I really hate people like that. It's like, oh sure, I'll come with it. Oh, there's people there.
Mike-
Oh,
Mike-
everything.
Just said something while we were in the ship. You didn't want to go there or whatever, we would have went,
Yeah.
done something else.
Yeah, exactly. Have you got the full battle pass mechanic or
Nah,
don't you
no
have the
battle
battle
pass for me.
pass?
I might buy it, I got a couple days.
Why not?
Cause I'm a bum, I don't know. Hello, nuclear. Hello. 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 I gotta get my challenges done so I can get to Thick Boy Thursday.
You're already. Oh, we're on Thick Boy Thursday. That's right.
Boy Thursday.
Yeah, I'll go Jimmy if you want, and then you can go Costi.
Do a full-on Thick Boys.
Jibby's so overpowered now. Because his shield takes 75 damage. And they've reduced the recharge rate on
Oh, I didn't know that. Why
So,
am I
like,
Jumpmaster again?
you can take 2 Kraber shots.
That's cray cray. Oh,
Kraber. I say that's a good idea. Press A mechanic, you need to do the sicker
I
mode.
don't have any sicker modes, man.
Let's do this.
What level are you on the battle pass?
102 or something. Yeah,
Really? Buy the battle pass then, bro.
I know. I should.
Like, legitimately, you should get it.
Oh, we got some people with us. There's a robot swinging around.
Right, oh my god, and you're the first one as well. He's on me, he's punching me. Yes, okay. He's still gonna thirst me.
Oh, he's fucking me up.
He's still trying to thirst me. He could probably pick me up.
There's a robot right there.
Oh no, you can't. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I got you.
Why is he only going for me? What the fuck?
We don't play them games.
Okay, you know what? This is personal now. Reasons for me. I have no
Oh
money.
shit, this is an arc caustic.
That's
Oh,
all.
he's fucking me up. I'm down. I thought this was arc caustic. Yeah, where's our... Come on, nuclear. Here, pick this shield up.
I'm gonna grab
before
that peacekeeper before
Oh, he didn't. He
grabs it.
picked me up first. Good shit.
Nice. What are these guys actually do?
Yeah. Yep.
Can you drop your med plane? That was that guy's last bullet, and then I killed him. Mechanic, I got something
I'm
for
dropping
you.
his longbow. Oh, nice.
I just
Thank
dropped
you,
your shit.
sir.
Yeah, I could. I'll grab it just in case I do find that ammo. Because his shotgun has nothing in it.
That's the worst. Alright.
It's got no ammo or anything though. That was his last
Out
shot.
here's not looted yet. I don't think.
Boys?
Oh, some of it is.
You wanna head over to the wetlands?
Yeah, let me real quick, let me just check the, satellite. I'll catch up though, you can go.
Yeah. I'm up here. Wait, what? Oh, was this tunnel here?
What? Tunnels?
Is that you? Yeah,
I don't know, I can't see that far.
that's you.
Oh, there's a Havoc with energy
I've just been
rounds.
set up for an alternator,
You need,
but instead I get a G7. Nice.
you need, oh, the wall's coming in, it's like right here.
Oh, there we go. Got an alternator.
Alright, I'm coming, the wall is right on my heels.
Your ass. I'm like so happy, bro. Where are you guys? Oh,
I'm
okay.
on the way. I was just picking up a, Phoenix.
I should probably start running as well.
Oh shit, I'm actually gonna go the other way.
And for
Because
me
if
to
I head
run,
towards you, I'll be... Yeah.
dead. Yeah. I'm using my portal to get over to you guys, so then I don't get like
Okay.
stranded alone.
Okie dokie. Smoky. Sounds good. Broski.
Gibraltar all being called in.
Ahead of us.
Not
Oh,
sure
okay,
where
you
from
hear it.
or by where. I just heard it on my right, on my left side. So I only
Yeah.
have a left ear working.
We got a pretty far run.
Not really, because look how small the map is and how fast we're moving, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like the Fortnite map.
No, but it's still... River Center is safe.
Yeah, it's not too far, though, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's far, but it's not like the other games. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by zone. I'm gonna get hit by
Yeah.
zone. No, I'm not gonna get
Zone's
zone.
getting me.
Oh my god,
Zone's
it's
got
gonna
me.
get zone. Slide jump, slide jump and slide down here. You! Oh, I actually did it.
Alright, here we go.
I forgot you can't slide on water.
It's interesting that that's a thing that, I mean, like, because you really wouldn't slide too well.
But
on-
it's like real life.
And I just heard somebody, Birdman uses ult to our right.
Yeah, he's right there.
Oh, broke this robot shield. Didn't mean to use my fucking robot.
I phased! What is it?
Alright.
One right here. I finished
Okay.
his teammate though. So I can kill him and finish him. Mechanic, come get me, please.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just
one
saw
right
that
here.
motherfucker. Oh, someone's behind us.
Third man on me. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Bro! What is he doing?
Fucking
hate this
jerk
guy,
off.
honestly.
Alright. Shit, there's not a closer one?
He just fucking sits there. Good, he's down. Just run and try and say, oh, it's a whole new squad. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
What is that guy doing? Yeah. He literally just stood right next to me for like 2 seconds.
What are they?
Yeah. I hate people like that. I'll be back in a second.
Actually, I'm gonna grab a drink, so I'll be back in a second also. Yep.
I'm back.
That was literally a second.
No, you
Alright,
can
I'm
go
gonna,
get a
I'm gonna
drink.
ready up.
bro,
Yeah, I'm
that's
gonna go grab
fine.
a drink, but I'm ready up. So I'm not gonna suck my character, so I shouldn't be.
I'm not gonna ready up.
Okay, you can ready up. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
I'm not gonna ready up.
It'll be
Just-
fine. It'll be
no,
good.
just
Everything will
wait,
be
bro,
fine.
it's fine.
Everything will be fine. You do it. It'll be alright. Stay in, bro.
Mechanic thing.
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
Wrong with him, though? Mechanic, you there? Mechanic! Grab these so I can give it to mechanic. That's the next one. Welcome to the new world.
Yo, bro, thought you were gonna ready up, bro. What happened to not readying up, bro?
Grab the flat one. Mechanic.
Thank you. What happened to not readying up, bro?
G7 here. Because then
I
you
know,
said to
I
ready
know.
up. You told me to. You went, don't worry about it. And basically our friend looted everything else while I was waiting for him.
Yeah, just grab the Neva. I'm gonna run some Neva shit. I did it again. I used my. Damn it.
Here you go,
I'm
mechanic.
used to playing Minecraft where A is jump, and I have my left bumper is jump.
You can change it to that.
Yeah, I turned it off of that, so I would have more control. I could jump while I'm moving the sticks.
Oh yeah. Then you can be sweaty.
Yeah, man, I try. I mean,
Someone just got respawned in Skull.
okay.
Like, see, I didn't hear any of that until I turned around and looked at the ship.
What guns are you
Oh, we
running?
could go check this out.
Oh,
I'll take that
Disruptor?
for now.
Okay.
Because if I find
There's
an
an alternator right
alternator,
here.
I'm set. Over where?
and I got a level 1 stabilizer for you to put on it.
Thank you. Because I got a level 3 mag for it. Our friend literally walked by like 3 level 3 mags. And then I pinged one for you, but then he came with
What up?
and just like,
Brick.
oh. Thank you,
Okay, I
Mechanic.
have some more ammo for you.
No. Oh, you do? Oh, sick,
Yeah,
lad.
thanks, lad.
You need any heavy? Because I've got like 130.
Yeah, I have 35, so some would be nice.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
figure there's 40.
Alright, so he wants to go.
Okay, our friend is he's going into the fight. Wait, let's go up here and go into the fight. Like, get on top of
I
that.
want to go for the skull bone.
Because there's fighting like right
Oh,
to our
man.
left. Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
I almost
No,
made it.
I didn't make any of it. Go up down here, Mechanic, and I'll set up a zip line to the sky.
Okay. Grab it, there we go.
You're gonna have to jump off just before the end of the zip line, otherwise you're gonna go through the eye hole.
Okay.
There we go.
Climb, climb, bitch, climb. There we go.
Came up here, but the fighting has stopped. God damn it.
Where did those bullets go?
Yeah, they're fighting like right there, but I don't know where they went.
There's a care package.
Maybe they're
Come
fighting
in, right?
Let's go this way.
Okay.
That's an enemy care package because it's out of zone.
This way.
Yep, that's a lifeline care package. I see him at it.
Oh, I fell off.
Grenades. Watch out, another one right
I'm
there.
burning somebody.
They're shielding up. $20 purple armor on the caustic, I think it is 55.
Kind of going around. Oh,
They're pushing around to your right.
shit.
Just broke his
Hit
armor.
him for 20. Oh, are you kidding me? The EVA 2 shots miss him and he fucking downs me in that time.
Get back here. Excuse me? Why can't I see anything? Why is everything going so wide?
Yeah, our teammate is gone. He's not gonna be coming back.
No! I don't have any syringes. Why did our friend have to run on us?
Cause he's a bitch.
Panic.
Come with me! Follow me to the promised land! It's this way! It's been fun.
No, McKenna. No! I'll push your box with me! No! Okay, let's not. He's
Yeah,
not
no,
coming
no.
back for us.
He wasn't gonna stay there for the fight. He's definitely not gonna come back for him.
Yeah.
Alright, so I did enough healing.
Oh, this
I
game's
need
so
3
fun.
things for my care package, which I haven't even called a care package in yet.
Jesus.
One day.
Your high voice.
Do I have hives in my voice?
Are you gonna be on tomorrow night, or are you doing stuff with your partner?
I should be on. Tomorrow's Friday.
Nice, because I'll be on like all the time. Like I can only play till 6 tonight, which is in another hour. Sad. Then I've got school.
So, did you not sleep tonight?
I did, but I woke up at 3 AM and I was just feeling really sick and I couldn't get back to sleep.
Yeah.
I just came on this to pass time.
Yeah, I want to switch one of my days to earlier anyway. So, you tell me which day works for you, like what days you stream. And I'll switch either Wednesday or Thursday.
It depends what days you stream.
Well, I Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I can switch Wednesday or Thursday to like a morning time stream for me. So that should be like after school for you or whatever.
Yeah, if you want.
Oh, I'm John Master. Why?
We'll have to sort of work out the times then. Are you? Oh. Yeah, why are you
I
in
don't
the
know.
Jump Master? Sounds good. We're gonna be the only ones there. Well, there might be one solo. Because he's gonna get automatically kicked because it was said for in dropship.
Okay.
He's AFK though.
Hey, motherfucker.
Because he has not come out yet.
Yeah, it was tough. I was playing Minecraft yesterday when Greenman Zero were playing this. It's really tough to not switch over.
Oh yeah?
But I was having a good time in Minecraft playing with
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Zed. Dude, I can't believe it took me so long.
Minecraft
Yeah,
is
like I didn't think I could get past like the graphics, so like I never really tried. And then I did. Yeah.
Really? You've never
No.
played Minecraft?
Yeah, I know. Like I'm so surprised because like
Oh, I feel so disrespected.
yeah, man. I feel like a dummy.
It's like my favorite thing. It's great fun. So you didn't play it at all
No.
when you were a kid?
Well, we didn't have like a PC that could run good stuff. So like by the time.
So why don't you just kill him? It's like, this guy's not
Yeah.
with us, kill him. So yeah, what was I saying?
So like I just when I was playing games, I'm like I don't why like it's all boxy. Why would I want to play that? So yeah, I didn't play. I played Trove, which is like a knockoff version. And then
Oh, yeah. You played...
Trove, it's like a free to download
Oh.
game.
Oh, Trove, okay, yeah.
But my actual complaint for that was that it was too easy. Like the things that should try to kill me weren't a challenge. And I was able to get past the graphics. Ah, fuck, I did it again.
This guy pings a choke and then picks it up, like, come on.
Yeah, I did see a choke up. Maybe it was here.
No, yeah, he pinged it right here. And then
Here,
he picks
I
it
got a
up.
blue bolt for you.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Oh, you've got the R99 as well.
Yeah.
You want this then? Do you want the shotgun? Because the R99 and shotgun...
Well, I got a
are the best.
wingman, so I'm okay.
Yeah.
Unless you want the wingman?
Take those two. It's the best setup. Oh, yeah, I'll take the wingman for now. That's right. I'll go double heavy.
Okay, you're
this
going
game.
double heavy? Yeah.
Wingman's
Oh
amazing.
shit.
You have no skin?
Nope. I don't know. I'm sure I do. I might just be running a
I've
factory
only got
skin.
a legendary skin. That was a great grapple.
Oh, I'm about to have my special.
Like, honestly, I've gotten so much better with these grapples. Oh, nice. Yeah, as soon as you drop it, I'll just
Oh,
loot
got a
everything.
blue bag
Oh,
over here for you.
Can you loot it though?
No,
and
I
does
think
it help?
teammates have to loot.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll loot everything and then I can drop stuff
Yeah.
if you need it. Thank you. Oh! I'm gonna have to drop the wingman. Found a
Shit.
hemlock.
I don't have a lot of light ammo for this 99. I just realized. Oh, there's some. I just picked
have
some up. I'm good.
57.
I'm
Here you
good.
go.
I'm
There's
good,
some
bro.
more.
I just picked some up.
Take that, because I'm not
Okay,
using it.
Okay, okay. Alright, I'm gonna call in my care package.
Pull it in right here. Can I grapple it? Or just like... Yeah, I'll take that. Running double heavy, I'm gonna make this
here I
much
got
heavier.
some more.
Oh, I can grapple it! I just
I
grappled
just dropped
myself.
40 behind you.
Take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. There you go. There's that if you need it.
Nah,
Do you want
I'm
the
good.
purple helmet?
Yeah,
Sure.
all good, bro. You can have that. I got
There
a
you
blue,
go.
so I'm okay. Good enough.
Oh. You're so good, mechanic.
I mean, I'm not greedy.
Like, you're the kind
It is what it is. I mean, I don't know if...
I'm not greedy, but I'm gonna steal
No,
it.
no,
Yeah. It's like, I'm not greedy, but I'm stealing all this light ammo.
Well, you're running double heavy, bro.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
shit.
Yeah, no. It was a
Well,
joke.
it's not a very funny one. It hurt my feelings, bro.
Huh.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
oh,
sorry.
oh.
Ready, mechanic? Grapple!
Uh-oh.
Kids on him.
Yep. And they're back here too. Oh, they're crossing the street.
They ran outside, be careful. Get up.
Oh, was that you? My bad, my bad. I shot you in the ankles.
Hit him
Oh
40,
shit, the wall's
50,
here.
55 is
Oh,
outside.
they're shooting through the windows.
Outside the window.
Fudge. What? One shot did 110, the other shot did 10 damage. Oh, but they're down, nice. I'm about to be a boxer. Oh, they're right here. On me. Lifeline.
Where?
She just killed me. She was right in front of my box. Nice. No!
It took me so long to reload, that triggered me.
She snuck up on your deaf side.
Yeah. Exactly. I couldn't hear anything. Like, I heard her underneath me for a second, and then it went quiet. I'm just like, oh, she's probably gone outside.
So now I need 750 damage with Watson.
I wish I could gift you Apex coins.
Yeah, nah, that's cool, bro. I appreciate the offer, but
No, it's not. So close.
what up, Zeddy? What's going on, buddy? What up?
Hey, today's Friday. Nice. Oh yes, I have my chemistry project. I'm actually really excited.
Excited for schoolwork. What? What kind of weirdo are you?
No, because like I love chemistry. Chemistry's great.
I mean,
Mechanic playing as Watson.
yeah, I need 750 damage with her.
I got Bio, English, Design, and Chem. Nice.
So you have biology and chemistry?
Yeah, I do both.
That's see in at least for me, it was separated 2 different years. Years that I'm playing with Ram. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Finally getting games with the Rambo.
Yes, sir. It's been a while. Yeah, but I'll be on tomorrow as well, like your normal time.
Okay.
At 10, so I'm super excited. I was super depressed when you weren't on last weekend. I was just like, oh.
Yeah, it's a lot of my girlfriend for me to stream the days I do. Somebody's on our teammate. Oh, somebody's right here. He just jumped off.
I've got no ammo.
I'm going to back our
I
teammate.
downed
Oh, somebody
two.
else just jumped off.
Oh. I down 2, so that he's going off to res him. Let's jump off as well and get him.
Come on, Wolf and Bladen Fowls. Any idea?
I got 1 kill.
This is open in here.
I need light ammo.
I don't have. I got shotgun and energy. Oh shit.
Ooh, good.
Drop on Wolfen's Fowl.
I can't do much.
Broke somebody's shield. Oh, somebody's right on me.
Oh, he's down, bro.
Fuck, someone. Motherfucker.
I've got nothing. How damaged are
One, I broke their shield. They might have shielded up already. And I missed so many shots on the life on the Octane.
Yeah.
So Zed says he loves sciences. He did that too, biology and chemistry in his junior year. See, I think biology was freshman year, maybe, and then chemistry was my junior year. I don't know what I took sophomore.
I hear him.
There we go. Ram's on the hunt. He's up on the roof hunting these motherfuckers. And he's off. And
Not gonna be able to make it. Oh, fuck this, bro. Why are they so thirsty?
it's like they've been living in the desert for years. Quite parched. OG African Kush.
I wish we could have to run across the whole map to lose them.
Desperately needed those heals. That was a solid like 8 out of 10.
Oh, and there's people there too. This house. Now, if I haven't lost them yet, I don't know what is going to lose them. Oh.
I kind of want a cookie now.
I want a cookie.
Just craving like a cookie. Not like candy, but like a cookie or like a something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, the candy would be good too. Like some lemon heads. I'd fuck some lemon heads up right now.
Never had
What?
lemon heads. Don't even know what
They're
they
like,
are. They're not in Australia.
really?
What the fuck? Where?
Triple take man.
Where did he shoot at me from? He shot at me from like all the way over there, bro. Like on top of that thing.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Nice. Just walk around like this forever now. I see him. Does he see me?
Does not appear so.
He does, because he's fencing. They're running. Nice.
Snipe that mofo with that choke.
This game's... Smite him? Okay. Okay. Oh, and I have 18 bullets. Was it just a single?
It might be.
Oh, that was a fail.
Yeah, that was like a 4 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
Oh, they're right there.
This guy's making me run for him.
Nice diversion, make them think you're over there. Oh,
How did I miss that one?
coming up. There you go. GG.
How did I miss that shot?
It's tough. That was a full squad, so it's not really. I don't know.
Yeah. I hit that Watson for 94 though. Is it Decoy Thursday time?
I need. Oh yeah, you know what? I'll play a couple games like that. I need like 600 more damage for my Watson challenge. So.
Wait, what? Today's Friday for me. I actually totally forgot that. I forgot on my day ahead of you.
Yeah, man, it's pretty sweet. It's Fat Man Friday. So who you want, Caustic or Gibby?
We don't use fat here. It's only thick. Yeah.
I asked you. I thought you were moused over Gibby. I didn't realize you weren't number 3.
Oh, it's all good, bro. They need to add another thick boy so we can have a thick
They
boy
definitely
squad.
do. Fat man, or even woman. A nice chubby chick would be beautiful. You know what I mean?
That's chubby.
Like, it would
Yeah, I
be
get it.
great if there was like, I don't know, a thick Latina woman or something. But now we're gonna get Crypto, who's some fucking guy.
Crypto's skinny. Yeah. It's just some random guy. Yo, bro. Tuesday. Tuesday. Are you excited for Tuesday?
What's to?
Season 3.
Oh, really? Is it that soon?
Yeah. It's only got like 4 days left.
Yes.
It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Meeby's excited.
Tuesday. Yeah, I think about Tuesday or something. Me be's not so excited now because I can't get Stu's 1's 10's levels.
You don't have 110?
No, I was
Oh.
being you. You're not 110 yet?
Yeah, but I'm still excited.
Oh my god, where are the good guns? I've got 2 pistols. Like, they're not bad pistols, but...
They're
Come
not
on.
bad pistols.
Right.
but I can give you a flatline or an alternator.
Oh, that's all good. I'm used to being rejected by this game. Oh, no. Thank the lords. I'm looking for this purple armor, though.
Yeah, so Chief
Nope.
Novadas didn't come with us. So we got 301 up here.
I got 99. Oh, where is Jesus? Oh, see, I hate people like this. Like, he was Jump Master first up, and like he decides to not go Jump Master and then go somewhere
Yeah.
else. Like, just if you Jump Master, go where you want to go. Don't go. Oh, where do you guys want to go? Oh, I'm not going there. I'm just gonna leave you. Because then you're a pig.
Flatline and a heavy mag up here.
Yes, please.
Alright, I'm also dropping 40 heavy bullets down here.
I need a better skin. See, I was gonna buy a skin that was in the store, but then that was gonna be like all my cash. Just like, oh no, I'm gonna keep my Apex coins till season 3.
And do you have $10 worth? Then you could buy the next season pass.
Yeah, I've already got it. Yeah. But then I really wanted a skin as well. I'm probably gonna get 10 more bucks and add it on. Oh no, because it's 2,500, isn't it? Get like the plus 25 starter pack.
Oh, is it? Ooh,
I think so.
I'm dropping this 301 for this Mozambique. Cause I gotta fucking hop up for it.
Oh, is it a golden mesa? Oh, you got hammer points.
Which, oh, I mean, I know that they're like I know the theory of how like powerful they are.
Does like 70 to 80 damage, which is
Yeah.
absolutely insane.
But I actually put it in practice one day.
I
and
wish
it
they
was
made.
fun. I picked up a gold one at
Yeah.
Gauntlet.
I wish I
and
made-
fucking wrecked shop with it.
Oh, gold. Nice. Yeah. Wait, I think that was the match I was watching. Yeah, like you had a gold Mozambique and you just
Yeah,
wrecked
so
everyone. You
nice.
got like 4 kills
Yeah.
in a row with it. Yeah.
It was so nice.
I wish they made extended shotgun mags.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Know what I mean? And they'll change like the starting in the EVA 8 down to like 5 or 4 or something like that. No, because then that would be a bit stupid, I think. I'm not sure. I wish, because like the Mozambique's a bit trashy with only 3
Right.
shots, you know what I mean?
I mean, that's really
Like you get
the
3
only one
chances
that
to heal.
needs a buff. I mean, so if that was like a
Yeah.
6-shooter or something.
I think a range buff as well. Yeah.
I mean, I hit some pretty far shots. Not with all of them. Not
I
all
hope
3
you-
pellets, but I hit some.
I have to do this now to see if I can hear bullets like a spin in circles.
Yeah. Opie's hopping up to play
Wow,
up
why
there.
is there so much good stuff up here?
Oh, well,
Up where?
yeah. I think you
My
need to
friend just-
spray him with the water bottle.
Looking-
Alright, I'm going to our buddy.
Why did our friend just call in a care package?
I don't know. Maybe there's some good stuff left.
Got purple armor. No.
Yeah, he's a prick.
Yeah, I don't like lifelines that do that. Like, you're meant to be helping your team. See, like, when I have a full squad, I go, each person gets one side. You sort of
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's like,
Sometimes I box my rando teammate out
Down here?
just because. Fuck him.
whee!
Let's go. I'm right behind
Thank
you.
you. I don't want to die. I'm gonna go for this care package right
Let's
there.
do that.
Oh, of course he will. Through my S drive?
Nice. I threw my special up there. Get him off the wall. Oh, they're grenade me. Gotta go around. I'm with the chief. Not that I want to be here.
I'm
I'm
massive.
getting fucked up over here. I'm running.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
right
no.
above me.
Oh my god. They were fucking me up when I was at the wall, so I tried to get away. Did not work. Got 2 of them pushing you.
That's sad.
Join you both if you want to have something.
Our friend with the purple armor basically went down instantly.
Yeah, man, it's rough. Yeah, we can use a third, Zeddy. This shit it's not a good night.
Oh, got like 30 minutes. Sad.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard that. Ram will be off in like a half hour, so it'll just be us.
Oh. Oh, my neck just like cracked in 50 different spots.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Feels great though.
Hold up. Hold up for a minute. Hold up. Hold up for a minute. So you want to be caustic?
You can be whoever you want. No, I'm joking. Of course I'll go caustic.
It's caustic. Feeling quite caustic. Shoot invite. Invite to the...
Hey, look, it's me. It's a caustic.
Caustic. Invite the...
I'm caustic. I'm toxic. I'm like caustic. Where do you want to go?
Wherever you want to
Connie?
take me, Rambo. That'll work.
Yeetus deletus. Well, I'm gonna go to that one.
Alright, I will hit the other one. What's up, Zeticus? What's up? Blue vest, where's my...
Did you see anyone
No.
around here with us? No? Okay, good.
Actually, you know what?
Been streaming for an hour and no one has joined my stream. This is depressing.
Yeah, it definitely can get to you. So there's a 99 and a 301 down here. In this building, in the trenches.
Yeah, I'll come down. Swap it out for my devotion.
Oh, he just... That was you. Here we go, okay. There he is.
Oh, did you want to say
Zeticus,
it?
no, I thought that was teammate King to take it.
Oh, okay. I might
Just
need some
finishing
more.
his chili stuff.
Okay, yeah, we're in the game currently, so... No rush. You got a heavy gun, Ram?
Oh yeah, I got heavy.
Uh.
What's up? Ooh, ooh. Thank you.
Si, senor.
Look where our friends ran off to already.
Yeah, he's a jerk off.
Yeah, I'll take that back there.
Yeah, chili actually sounds kinda good.
Yeah, I love chili. It's so good. Now that I'm not watching the stream anymore, let me turn this down
It's...
before you're like, yeah, turn on your TV.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. There's more heavy ammo over here, and there's a blue stabilizer.
Ah, yeah. I'll take that. Heavy. Oh, that's so far away.
I'll bring it to you.
Sure, be my personal slave. Bring me ammo.
I mean,
Bring me all the heavy.
that's what I would do.
Let's skedaddle down to our friend.
Alright. Fudge this dude, he ain't my friend. Super friggy man.
Let's skedaddle
Super
down to
frying
his
pan?
free time.
Super frying pan.
Yep. That's how cool this guy is.
Mm. That's my mom's name.
Super frying pan.
Yeah, that's her alter ego. When I piss her off, she pulls out the frying pan.
She uses like Thor's hammer. She throws it and it makes it fly.
Yeah. And she can throw it, and it's like a heat-seeking missile.
It's impressive.
Except they don't call it the heat-seeking missile. They call it the sun-seeking
Because
missile.
it only goes after suns.
Oh my god, so much light, bro. I can't carry any more. My inventory is full. Wait, actually I could, but it's fine. Oh, you didn't take any?
No.
Okay. I can carry more. Ah! Ooh, what a nice. Look, this kid's already run away again. Look how far away he is.
What a bitch.
Now, it's just you two in the group
Yeah.
right now, right? Okay. I'm just joining the party and I'm waiting for you
Okay.
guys.
This kid's literally. How far? Oh, now he's coming back. Goodbye. Why, mechanic?
Why? I don't know.
It's just like I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, just don't even worry about it. It is what it is. It happens.
Just accept
Yeah.
that it happens.
No.
I was trying to keep you out of the zone.
Sure you were.
Oh, that's a daily
Well, I was like
challenge I
punching you
don't want to do.
forwards.
What challenge is that?
Deal 200 damage with sniper rifles.
Oh,
That's easy though.
yeah, sniping's
Just pick up a
not
Kraber.
easy for everybody. I suck at sniping. Although
I just don't like. I don't
the
like sniper.
scout,
I don't
the
like snipers
scout
very much.
is a nice like
Oh, you don't know.
middle ground.
It counts. Yeah, it is a sniper. It counts as one if you want to use that.
I like the energy one too. What's that
Triple-
one called?
Yeah.
Triple take.
The triple take. Yeah, I don't mind the triple take.
Damn, I've got like a 5-second delay.
I don't think I've ever used the Kraber though.
It's pretty difficult.
Really? I love it.
Well, maybe not now that they changed the the words. They changed the things. The sensitivity for each
Besides,
zoom level. It may not be too bad,
wait, is that on now?
but I don't ever use it. So all of a sudden
You
pick
kidding
up
me?
and use like a 4x zoom or whatever was like nightmarish.
Where you mean? Where is this?
It's
I can't find it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
See, told you it was right there.
Suppose, I was hearing something on another guy's stream earlier about this upcoming season is going to come out. There's going to be like one of those like specialty pistols that come out of the only come out of the care package, like a new
Okay.
weapon.
Yeah, I did.
I'm the
Oh,
adding
well,
control.
man. Yeah, I was gonna say, they're element.
Where?
Yeah,
Yeah, right here.
nice.
Broke his armor. Killed him.
What, an energy pistol?
It uses
One further back.
sort of an energy. It uses elemental, so like fire and frost and stuff. I think are gonna be. In fact, I think the new season is called Fire and Ice or something.
Oh, okay, that's
Oh, they're getting attacked from up there. They're getting pushed.
Okay.
the new character looks pretty cool. I was actually looking on Google that they actually showed the picture of him, not just a in-game thing.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Crypto,
from the
I guess.
in-game thing, isn't it?
Crypto, yeah.
Where are they? They're on the roof.
Pathfinder's literally one. Mechanic, don't push, don't push.
I threw a bunch of grenades. Oh, somebody, they're walking through my fire. Kill them. They have blue and purple shield. They just searched for their body.
Oh, this guy on top. You do mechanic.
Shit, I gotta heal.
I'll try and make my way in there.
I'm
Quick,
healing.
quick.
Fuck.
Get inside. No. Nice try, bro.
Yeah, man. I didn't realize I had to heal until it was so.
Because I
fucking
downed
late.
2 of them. Yeah, too late.
Yeah, that robot was being cheeky, bro.
I'm not playing with him. I'm not. But
You could be him. I could.
I guess one of us is not
I
gonna
could
have to
run
be a thick boy.
Watson, be a thick chick.
I shall run.
I gotta do a Watson challenge anyway.
Watson's not thick though.
She got a thick booty.
she got a thick booty. She kind of thick.
Counts in
Yeah.
my book.
She
Well,
thick
we'll
enough.
see who
She's
will
thick
get
enough
her
for me.
Mm-hmm.
I have daily challenges I have to use Octane for, anyways.
Okay.
Might want to.
Ooh, that's a nice
No.
skin, right?
Okay, thick.
The Watson skin.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's a good one.
Oh goodness.
Take us to the promised
going?
land.
Well, we've got an octane, so we have to.
Yeah.
Faster, 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 faster. Love, I love Octane.
You have the emote for octane, Zed?
No, not yet. The
Oh.
one when he's like running in the sky.
Yeah. See, Mechanic hasn't even bought the battle pass yet, but he's like a tier 108 or
Yeah.
something.
Oh jeez. There's like 4 more days for it.
Yeah. I probably
5 and
will
4.
buy it.
Okay, I'm getting screwed up by this damn freaking lifeline. Sorry. She threw her
Coming?
thermite at me.
Just kill him.
Oh, she's got an energy
Oh,
gun now.
yeah.
What the?
Drop it.
I don't know if she was playing with me or she just picked that up, but she all of a sudden had an energy gun in.
She's also shooting.
Yeah, bitch.
Where's the last
Oh,
one?
behind you, behind you. Oh no, it's a new squad. Never mind.
Oh, it's a whole nother squad. You're kidding me.
Fudge. Sandwiches.
Really? Why do we always get
Yeah, I
third
don't know.
party?
I don't know.
We were having that issue with Couple
we're
days
playing
ago.
0. It was like,
Hey, I got 420 XP,
ooh, it's time to
boys.
go blaze one.
oh blaze it. 420 blaze it.
I'm kidding, kids. Everybody
legal here.
stay in school. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad, okay?
Jokes about
See,
it,
you
okay.
could say something Mechanic, but everyone would probably do drugs. If you're just like, if you do drugs, you end up as me, and then they're just like, oh, I want to be
Yeah,
a streamer.
no, you don't want to be. I mean, a streamer, yes, but You want to be a
But not a
successful
junkie.
streamer. You don't want to be a streamer.
You drink too many drugs and you'll end up like me,
Yeah.
a streaker.
I stream naked. I just have my shoulders are painted black. So I'm really just naked over here.
That body paint is like real on point
Yeah,
tonight.
man. I like painted creases in it so it looks like a shirt. Pretty sick.
I think the only character I'm really good with is Wraith. It's gonna be like the only character.
Jumpmaster again.
Go here, Mechanic.
Um,
No, go here.
Skulltown.
No, over there. There.
We're going
There.
that wing of
Yeah.
Skull Town. Yeah,
Oh,
let's do
Skull?
some
Sounds
Skull
cool.
Town.
Sorry, I'm just being a dick now. Who's his enemies ever?
So many enemies.
Hey, look, it's a Mechanic. He's an enemy.
No, Mechanic is the friend. I hear footsteps.
Yeah, I
let's see
heard
if
kids.
okay.
I'm in the same house.
I'm gonna go back for those bins.
I
Oh.
really can't hear. Why can't I hear any in-game sounds?
Behind you, Zed.
I don't have a gun.
Some guy just threw a. Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa!
He's almost dead, Zed. He's right behind you. Quick. Got him.
Oh, there's another one.
Grabs.
Right here. Inside the building.
I just took down their shield.
I still have to find a gun.
It's a Watson.
No, that's gonna kill me. Fuck.
Oh my god. Third party again. There's another squad.
Alright, I
here.
gotta find a gun.
Really?
I just found one.
A third party. Yeah,
Third party
that's
champion.
depressing.
Oh shit.
Oh. I've got 6 minutes. I'm probably gonna head off, guys.
Alright, well at least watch my awesome comeback. I'm probably gonna die, but you know what I mean? I need all the
Then watch your
moral
awesome
support I
comeback.
can get.
I give him. You have 6 minutes. It's gonna take you 4 minutes,
Not
or
even
not
that.
even that. 30 seconds to die. There you go.
Yo, Zed, do you stream?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, go. Yeah, chat, that's gonna be the end of it. Go follow Zed and Mechanic.
We're over here waiting for you.
Oh, this is
Come have fun.
Exactly. Go follow them, there'll be a special surprise
yeah.
in it. You'll get to see Mechanic's
Ooh,
face.
maybe my nipples.
He's got a
Maybe my
face cam.
nipples. We'll see.
And definitely mine. Definitely mine.
Yeah.
Just definitely.
And definitely Zed's nipples as well. That sounds very good.
I that's where I point the camera. You can't see my face, just
It's
nipples,
a it's a
that's
nipple
it.
cam.
Yeah. Anyway,
It's
yeah, go
a
give him a
nipple
follow.
cam.
Adios,
Guys,
Ram.
I'll see
Thank you
you
for the
guys
games,
later.
buddy.
See ya.
Okay. Thanks for the games.
See you
Yeah.
later. So what do you want to do there, Zedicus? You want to keep playing this? You want to
Whatever you want to do, man.
play something else? Why is Dauntless updating? Did I say you could fucking update? I don't think I did.
We can play a couple of matches of this if
Okay.
you want.
We could play this or Minecraft, or you were playing some Black Desert. I'm not very far in that. I could play that and try to catch up. We could do some Remnant. We could do whatever.
whatever you want to do, but whatever. I'm cool.
I'm sure Grim will be on at some point. I haven't heard from him all day, but he's bound to get on sooner or later. Or Zero or whatever, and then we can always come back. Also.
So I found. Did I tell you? So I went to the doctor.
Okay,
today,
right.
And I was telling you last night that I think that I was having painless migraines. Right. Well, they're testing me for it, but they think so too, because I was having I had the situation earlier, and they gave me they told me to take the medication Aleve. You know what Aleve is? They told me to take Aleve with whatever, and if I have it, and if that clears up the weird feeling or whatever, then it probably is a migraine headache, a painless migraine or whatever, right? So and I had one earlier, and I was like laying in bed with the blanket over my head and stuff like that, and just like with like the cold air, and I took like the Aleve and it went away. So I was like, shit, okay, I probably do have painless migraines, but like
that's interesting.
This might be a good place to land.
Yeah, but the thing is that like I'm like the pain does end up coming. It's just I normally just end up puking, and then I take Gravol and just end up passing out. But like the pain eventually does come a little bit. Like I had a headache after.
Right.
But.
Yeah, it's I've never heard of them, so it's like I don't know anything about them. I've gotten like regular migraines.
Okay, so you know what
I've gotten them.
Yeah, you know what a migraine is, right? Like,
but like a lot of that.
all it is just
a lot of that
painless
discomfort
migraine.
comes from the pain, where like you're sensitive to the light, like, and everything just kind of accentuates the headache. So I don't know. It sucks because like I mean, like I don't even know like really what you can do about it. Like with the migraine, it's like you know the symptoms are, you know when you have it, what to do to alleviate whatever pain. But I don't know if it's a painless migraine. It makes things difficult.
Yeah, it definitely does. But hey, I'm not I guess like it's good that I kind of know.
Yeah. I mean, they might be able to.
There's a triple take here. I don't know if you want it. I have a longbow with skull piercer right now, so
yeah, you're good.
This is
no, I'm good. I
perfect.
have Devotion and Spitfire, so I am good.
I'm gonna roll with
Oh shit! Fuck, man. This is not good. It's not going well today, man.
Where
In
is
the room with my body, there's two of them looting my box.
Hostile right here.
Oh, they got me.
Yeah,
teamed
our
up on me.
teammates out chilling on the roof hiding.
Dickhead.
Like, he didn't set up a zip line for us. He just used his grapple to get up there. Oh, he's fucking. He's terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so. not going well, man.
Yeah, I was absolutely so excited. I was so freaking excited today when I checked the forums and my like I got a answer from the developer. I was like, that's
Yeah, it's pretty
wicked.
awesome.
Like, all right.
Alright, he's
Well,
dead. Alright,
yeah, there we go.
I kinda want to play something different, at least for a little bit. So,
Sure.
are you up for some
Whatever you want.
up for some
Whatever you want.
Remnant, or you want to do Minecraft?
Yeah, Remnant. I think I have to update.
Actually,
the
mine's
Remnant.
up.
It started updating.
Yeah,
and
mine's
ended up
updating right
pausing it.
now, actually.
Okay. Well, let me go restart the update on.
So yeah, I don't
resume
think
the
I can
update.
play it either. It's updating.
Your internet's faster than mine, so. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't play while it's updating. So, alright, while it's updating, you want to play Minecraft?
Sure.
Or... I don't know, were you enjoying Black Desert? Did you find some way to make it enjoyable?
Kind of. Kind of. I don't know if it's necessarily like. I don't know if I'm necessarily enjoying it or not. It's kind of have fun. Do you want to? We can play. You still have it
Yeah.
downloaded, right? We can play it and make new characters and run around together if you want.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't
try
know.
that. Cause I was really excited for it. Like it was one of those games that like I kind of tossed and turned about for a couple days or a week or so. And I wanted to try it, but I didn't want to spend the $30.
It does get harder.
It
It does get harder.
like what level?
The fighting does get harder. Mid-20s.
Okay, yeah, I don't.
Like the fighting does get like a little bit harder. I started to, but then I see the thing is I started to get, like OP as well. Like, and I was fighting things that were like far below my level because I started leveling. I spent a lot of extra time that I probably should have just kept going. But I stuck in one area and ended up like leveling up 5-6 levels higher than the stuff that I was supposed to fight. So it ended up becoming a little easier, but they're still tough, I guess. Tough enough.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know. It just wasn't really. I don't know. Do we have to be on the same server to?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So what server do you want to go on?
Right now, let's go to Valencia 1.
Valencia 1, okay.
At least we can fool around on this for a little while. Just because, like, like, I've got a level 37 character and a level 29 character and a level 21 character right now, right? So, and those are just characters that I just kind of fooled around on.
Okay, yeah, I have my highest is a 20, and then I have like a 10, 2 14s, and an 11.
You have a 14. So that we don't actually have to go through all of the thing. I do have a level 13 character as well. So if you just want to do that, or if you want to create a new character, I don't know what you want to do.
Yeah, I have 2 14s. I have I think it's a fighter or a
A striker?
It's like the brawler style character. And I have
Mm-hmm.
a archer, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know, I guess that's a witch. And I don't know what this guy is.
I have I have a level 20 whatever, I think she's 20, a dark knight or whatever, and then a level 37 striker. That's the one I like leveled up like over. Oh, he's like beyond his level.
Okay.
My level 13 is a wizard.
Well, is that what you want to play? Because I also have a level 20. You said you have a level 21 something?
I thought he was 20. I don't know what I can't see because we're
Okay.
talking, right? So it's the the overlay. I'm thinking it's 20. It might be a different level. Like if I stay quiet for a second, maybe. Oh, it's level 18.
Okay, so I mean, if you want to play that, we can play whatever character you want to play. I can, because I haven't really played these in a while, so I don't remember which one. I don't remember what does what. So, if there's one that you want to play.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the reason why I haven't played that 18 in a long time, right? That was like the first character I made like way back. I started playing that 13 not long ago. I don't know if you want to play
Yeah, I'll
level 14, level 14 characters yet.
I don't know, I'll try my archer.
Alright, I'll come in on this wizard. And we'll try this out.
Alright. I do hate how long this takes to load in the beginning.
Yeah. Oh, that was so funny. I made one of my friends. She actually had to change her underpants. Like, change her pants because I made her laugh so hard. I messaged her and I was like, I really get mad when I ask a girl to come home with me and jump on my bed and she tries to touch my penis. Like, not today. I take jumping on the bed fucking serious, woman. None of this whole shit in here. Right? And she's like, what the fuck? Why am I laughing so hard? I was like, oh, that's pretty funny, I guess.
I mean, sometimes jumping on the bed is some serious business.
So she just asked me what I was doing, and I said I was jumping on the bed, and she's like, you're a fucking kook.
You're a fucking kook. Yeah, kook.
She thinks I'm crazy. It's funny. His feet.
Yeah, he's like licking and nibbling at his paws. I got Chibs with me tonight because Opie like wouldn't stop. Like he was like howling. We walked him and everything. I played with him like 3 different times. Like actually like good play sessions where like played sort of fetch, and every time I got him to come back to me, like we played tug for like a couple minutes. So like I'd throw it, he'd bring it back to me eventually. Play tug for like 2 minutes, and then I'd get it, throw it again, bring it back. So it was like, I don't know, a half hour of this. Did that 3 times today. And then we took him for a walk and stuff. Right before we came back and like brought him in here because after the fight they got in, they can't be together unless like they're supervised. So I brought Opie in here and he was like not behaving, so we put him in the crate and he was like howling, it sounded like. And it was so like echoing off the walls, it was horrible. So I told Kim, I'm like,
Jeez.
this isn't gonna work, like I gotta put him into the room. And she's like, well, he'll calm down a little bit. I'm like, right, but like it's like 10:15, I gotta start streaming, like this is not gonna fly. So I took Chibs and she has Opie.
Yeah. Yeah. Good old Chibs.
He behaves. He's kind of.
And Chibs is not hot. Yeah, he knows. He knows to behave. He's not
Yeah.
the new one. He's not the new kid on the block.
Right.
Right.
No, not at all.
He's not trying to hump his bed every time.
Yeah, no, not at all. Like OP, like go humps the bed and tears it apart, and that's like all he does.
Good old Opie and humping the bed.
Yeah. Good old Opie humping the fucking bed again. Alright, I'm in Valia. I don't know where you are.
Yeah, that's where I'm here too. We travel the world, no one trusts me.
Alright, so let me find you. No, I don't want to sign your fucking contract.
What's your character's name?
Theodosia. So it's like Theadosia. Let me see if I can remember. I think the stable's this way. Yeah, I'm at the stable where you get the horse.
This guy keeps trying to send me.
Yeah, I
golden
keep getting
lights.
employment contracts.
Popping
yeah,
up on your
like,
screen. This one guy
Shit's
is
fucking so
this
toxic.
guy keeps offering it to me.
Like the employment contracts, like I actually read them, like they're fucking horrible. Like it's all these things like you have to like pay dues and stuff, and then like if you like on some guild contracts are that way too, and if you want to leave, then like you have to like pay a cancellation fee basically. Like
Yeah. It's like treated. It's basically treated like. This guy keeps. Why? All these
yeah, like I was
contacts
hit with 3 just running down the
keep
street.
popping up.
Like, there's got to be a way to turn that shit off. It's so crazy. It's like they're hoping someone accidentally hits A and accepts it, and then they can like just collect shit from them.
That's what I'm thinking. Alright. Well, it's these guys in there. What they're doing is they're chasing people around and offering the contracts.
I need to turn like this music down and shit.
Yeah, it's a little annoying. Hey, come on.
Settings.
No! He's trying to offer me a contract again. He saw me and chased me down.
Fuck that dude, man. Like, there's gotta be a way to turn that shit off.
Well, you can turn it off if you're part of a guild. They can't do it. It's just he's spamming guild invites. It's pretty much what he's doing.
Jibs, you can't go out there, pal. Shit. Do I have... I gotta do the Lonely Imp research.
What part are you doing?
To read the... Oh shit, I accidentally went into like my skill thing. Oh, I have to learn these? I'll pull it up again. The Lonely Imp Researcher. Quest that's in progress. He's standing just outside the cave entrance. Let's go up there. I was trying to pull up the horse. There we go. I don't have a mount summon.
You have found the right place if you're looking to check in horses and donkeys.
I feel like you're a little farther than me. I'm not sure though.
Wait, where's the... I not pull that horse out? Oh, I did. There it is.
What's your character's name again?
Doja. T-A...
How do you spell that?
A-D-O-S-I-A.
Okay, T-H-E-A-D-O-S-I-A?
Like the... A Doja. There you go. Yeah, so I don't know. Where are you at in town? Oh, is that you coming up? No.
No.
I'm lagging a bit.
Oh, I'm lagging a lot, so don't worry. Maybe, actually, it's not so bad now. Are you in the
I
city
was
right
by
now?
the
In Valley?
stable, but I'm lagging like a motherfucker. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the stable.
This one guy here is he's running into the same shit. I think the stable guy is over here.
I got my horse rear and back on its
Crow merchant,
legs
dude.
by the stable.
Correns. Theodosia, there we go.
Hey, Zedicus. Zulzulanda.
Zedeca Zorander. That's the actual name of the character that I named. Like the full name of the
Yeah,
character.
mine is. I just use mechanics, so I'd be
That I
easy
based.
to find.
No, I mean like the character that I create, like Zedicus Zorander is the full name of the character
Oh.
from The Legend of the Seeker.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I have to go talk to Grusha the Scout. I don't know what you have to do.
I think. Oh, my bad. No, come back. I gotta do an express delivery, which is take the porter to Indicel, and I need to do the Lonely Imp thing. But I'll follow you around and do whatever you gotta do.
I just need to see what the Lonely Imp is the one that you're
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if I've completed it yet. Maybe I'm ahead of you.
Maybe? But you're 13, right?
Yeah, but maybe I've just powered through quests. It's very easy to level up past whatever if you... Like, level doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like I said, like, I was 5 or 6 levels ahead of where I'm supposed to be right now on one character, right? And it's just because I spent a lot of time playing around, messing around with fighting these one things. It seemed cool, right?
Okay. Okay.
So go ahead and go to the quest.
I
Where
was
are you?
around the field to kill some things.
Okay.
Coming back.
I'm gonna here. Okay, there we go. now, I'll see where you are. So just go to your quest, and we'll go do
Alright,
quest then. I'm like a hella grizzled old man right now.
Hey, why is it not popping up? Normally there's like a circle that like shows me. How do I?
How do you what?
Did I turn it off? Like the fuck. Normally there's a like a circle around me telling me where I gotta go.
If you go into your quest menu,
Right.
and then click on move to,
Oh, okay.
and then your quest. Yeah.
Okay. Navigation spin enabled.
And then just follow the navigation.
Okay, it's this way. Oh wait, my horse is just staying here?
Yeah.
How do
It's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. Your horse, like in this game, you pretty much have to keep your horse around you all the time, unless you want to go run all the way back to go get your horse.
Alright, well then.
I don't even know where my horse is.
Yeah, I just had to get this out of the stable guy.
Yeah. Like I'm being completely serious. I don't even know where my horse is.
Can you only mount your horse?
Distance is too. Yeah. I don't even know.
Because I think I have 2 horses.
Yeah, you can only mount your own horse. My horse should be somewhere around here. Maybe he's over here. Oh, actually I know where he is.
Oh, I'm actually starting to get a little nauseous.
Nauseous?
Yeah.
That's
No.
not fun. I found him.
What's he doing out there now?
What's going on?
Opie's misbehaving out there. So she's tired and stuff, so she's really upset. Which is fine. I mean, I was just gonna put him in the other room and let it be quiet time. You know what I mean? Like, most of the time, like, most of my stream time, like, he's just, like, laying on a bed behind me, just, like, ready for bed.
Goes away.
Die, you fucking rat things. I just punched my microphone. Zero just logged on. Trying to keep him mental. Okay, there's my horse. You guys have just leave me alone for so long, and then you want to start some shit? You want to start some shit?
I was just about to invite you.
What's up?
I was literally in the menu. I'm ready to press invite to find you. Oh, it's funny.
Oh, that's neat. My Xbox, I got so tired after I had to take a nap, and I wake up and leave the room, and my Xbox turned itself on. It'll do that
Turn
sometimes.
itself on.
Yeah. I'm just like, well, let's check see what these dudes are doing. What's Black Desert?
It's an MMO. It's like a big RPG. Like, we run around and I'm playing a wizard and he's playing an archer and we're just running around. Whatever. Giving it a try. something.
Is it like a new thing?
No, well,
It came out a couple of while ago. Like me and Joe never really got into it too much, just because like there's certain things that we didn't necessarily like about it.
like it's way too easy for one.
Yeah.
We were playing Apex. That wasn't going well.
Yeah, I meant to get on a little earlier, but man, sometimes after I eat dinner, and if I have, well, just eating
Yes.
dinner alone and sitting in a chair, like, I
Yeah,
don't
no,
know.
I know.
Oh
can't
no,
handle it.
I can completely understand. You eat dinner and then you get like that get that comfortable feeling almost, and then you end up taking a nap.
Yeah, man, I conked out. I was like, I'm just gonna like have a 30-minute nap. It was longer than that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I came in and I played 3 games with Joe after, and he was like, I need to play something else. So he had been running, and I guess he had gone, like probably about 20 games and had like maybe 2 kills in 20 games.
2 kills
Ooh,
exactly.
yeah, that'll get you pissed.
Yeah,
Or annoyed, or
he was going the exact same way that the 3 games I played with him, and it was, and I can understand this. You start to kill somebody, you get into a situation, but every single place we were going, we were getting third party.
oh yeah, it's so annoying.
So you're just about to take down one of the parties, and another party comes in and kills you, right? And so he was like, you know, it just was getting too much, and so he's like, I need to play something else. Like,
Oh, I totally understand. Yeah, there's some nights I get on and like.
I'm not against going back to it. I
Yeah.
just,
He had played, I guess he had played a couple of games. Like, I came on and I played a couple of games, and he's like, do you want to play something else? Like, after I played 2 games with him, he's like, do you want to play something else, or do you want to stick with this? And I was like, well, I guess we can stick with this for a little while, and we played 1 game. He's like, yeah, so I'm playing another game. I was like, he's like, let's find something else. I was like, alright, sounds good.
Yeah, I can hardly even stand to play it by myself unless it's just like to warm up or something.
I mean,
Kids are just, and then
Yeah, it's-
plus you never know if you're going to get anybody that's worth a
that's the
damn.
problem.
I mean, at all as a team player, you know.
That's the problem. Like there was a couple games we played with
exactly.
Ram, and even though I wasn't doing well, when it was the 3 of us, it's not
He's
too
gone
bad.
out of the room right now, so I'm actually just sitting here in the town waiting for him.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
He's gone somewhere. I guess Kim came into the room and said something, and he said to me, "Oh, I gotta go."
Oh
for a
shit!
minute, and
No,
I was like,
my bad.
okay.
I've been here talking. I just muted myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I muted myself when she came in because she's had a long day. Because it's kind of busy season for taxes. They're doing like all the extensions, so it's been a long day for her. And Opie is being fucking terrible. So like, I've did like good play exercise sessions with him 3 times today. We took him for a walk like as soon as she got home. And then like we get home and he's just like the worst he's been since we had him. He's like up on the dining room table, like actually all 4 paws on the dining room table, walking around like looking for the toys and stuff. So like at first we put him in the crate in here and he started to like freak out because he wasn't being good, so we put him in the crate and he was like almost like howling, and it was like bouncing off the walls in here, and I was just like, oh my god, I can't take this. So I said something to her. She's like, well, he'll calm down. I'm like, well, it's already like 10:15. Like I gotta stream. Like this is just, I'm gonna put him in the other room. And she's like, well, no, like he'll calm down. He'll be worse if we do that. So then she's like, well, I'll take him and you take Chibs. So we did that, and now he's like, she's like at the end of her fucking rope.
Is he still tripping?
Yeah, I guess he's out there doing some shit that's driving her nuts.
Like, how does your other dog like react to it?
They
and
were
stuff?
fine. He's too much. Like, he doesn't know when to stop. So like, Chibs will play with him a little bit, then he'll be like, I don't want to play anymore, and he'll like just keep like biting at him. They actually got into a fight yesterday, and to the point where like he drew blood on Chibs, like Chibs was bleeding on his head. So now we have to like, we're being like real cautious with them, trying to keep them like separated and shit. And so that's why, like, normally the door would be open and they would just be doing whatever, and she would call me if she needed help. But we can't do that, so.
Need to separate them for at least a couple of days until shit's or for a little while, like after them fighting and stuff.
Yeah, like all the paperwork said that they shouldn't even see each other for 2 weeks. Should only be like smelling each other, and then after that it's like another like month or so where they're just like interacting, but they're like always have leashes on in the house, always be like everything's supervised, and like after like 3 days we like had them in bed together and like they were okay, or they seemed okay. But then Chibs started developing like an aggression over food, and I think it's because like Opie will just like eat everything until he throws up. So like then Chibs doesn't get it. So
Yeah, right.
he was getting kind of snappy over food, and I think that's what started it yesterday. And it actually turned into a real fight.
Is he like a real young
Yeah,
dog
they
or
said he was
something?
2, but
Yeah.
I don't think so. And when the vet looked at him, the vet doesn't think that he's 2.
That thing said he's like maybe like 16 to 18 months. Isn't that what they said? Something like that.
Vet thinks
he's a little over
vet
a year
says
old.
he's no more than 18 months, but he's probably younger.
Yeah. Is that a thing? You know, the thing you said about keeping them apart for X amount of time. Is that like a thing that's kind of particular to pets or to bigger dogs or something?
Just to any.
Or is that just
It's any
general?
dog.
It's when you get any like dog when it, like especially if you're like getting an adopted, like you're adopting a dog, you don't want to bring in a because dogs are generally somewhat like of a matter of like their house is their domain, right? So
Sure.
You want to slowly kind of rather than just thrusting it upon them, you kind of want like them to feel a little bit more comfortable slowly with another dog in the house. It would be like it would be like you like getting a new roommate and having a roommate in your house. Like,
Right.
it's a little
Yeah,
awkward,
I can see
right?
that.
At
The reason I
first it's
say
a little
that,
awkward for you. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
I was just, well, I mean, I had 2 dogs, but like, they were a little smaller, and at first, of course, it did bother, our first dog, but we found this other dog on the street. It was like, hopping up and down in the car window when my dad had to get some body work done on the car or something. So like she was a little uncomfortable at first, but then it didn't seem to take too awfully long before they were like good friends, and she was almost treating him like she was his mom or something.
Well, that's a completely other type of story. A lot of times, if you put a female dog, if you have a female dog and you get a male dog, they're more likely to get along than 2 males or 2 females.
Yeah, that could have been a factor too, and I mean it makes sense.
Oh, Jim's is all over that thing.
Yo, she actually just switched them. This is now Opie weekend. Oh shit, he's actually.
This is Opie.
Shit. Sorry, you can't have that. Come here. Come here. This is one of the things you can't have. This is like one of Chibs' favorite foods. Here, chew this. Yeah, chew this. No, you can't have that. You fucking tear that apart. Chibs will kill you. So I didn't realize it was still on the floor. She should have said something or picked it up when she brought him in. That's Chibs' turkey leg. Can't have that shit.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how they'll like, at least a lot of pits will like, I mean I guess a lot of dogs do this, will like run and fetch their toys like from a basket or whatever, and you know, just, they're just kind of cool. It's like a kid asking you to play with them.
Yeah, we'll do that. Well, that's actually like why he's gone on the table, because we have a few toys we bought for him, but most of the stuff is just like leftover stuff that was Chibs. So we're like working through what he doesn't want, and we're giving that stuff though, because Obi will tear it up in hours. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is. He's like,
oh yeah,
got the squeaker out, like he's ripping the stuffing out, like it's a mess.
It's like one of those where you just have to give him a rope.
Well, yeah, so we actually, I just bought, when I went to Walmart earlier, I bought him a specific, like, rope tug, so, like, it's bigger, so I have a area I can grab on comfortably, and I bought him, like, a tire, because Kim bought a tire for him, and he loved it, and he chewed it for, like, a day, and then he lost it, and we just have no idea where it is.
Oh gee, oh like a lawnmower tire.
No, it's like it says it's made of real rubber and it's about the same size as that, but it's like specifically for like a dog
Oh,
toy.
it's a toy, okay.
But it's it's about the same size as that. So I bought another one that's probably, I don't know, maybe 10 inches. And I don't know if she gave that to him yet. But so we have like Chibs' toys like in a box on the dining table, and he keeps jumping up for it. Hold on 1 second. What's up, babe? Yeah. So the tire's completely gone now?
The new one? Oh.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe we need like a Kong tire, not a Walmart tire. Shit.
There's, okay, not to sound, I forgot what it's called. My my sister got these one types of only.
Yo, hold on, I'll be right back. Get down.
So Zero, what's up?
Oh, not much. I was just playing a little Apex here.
Get in. Get in.
I'm in a fight.
Get it. In. Stay.
Won it with the help of the teammate there. shit, more dudes. One less. So that, did you guys have enough of Minecraft right now, or is this just something you...
I think this is just a take some time to play something else. I don't know. I'm not. Minecraft's a game that you can play very easily or whatever. At least to me, it's a game you can play very easily, but you can get bored of it real quick.
Yeah, I guess you got a tendency to binge it a little bit when you play it.
Yeah. See, that's my issue with Minecraft is like, I play it with my nephew, but like when a lot of times like it's really hard to play it when I'm not with my nephew because exactly like, you'll play it for like 10 hours and then you're like, oh, I don't feel like playing it.
Yeah.
Once
I
you finally
understand
get
that.
off of it, you take a small break from it.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's a pretty loopy game, right? I mean, like, you know, build, explore, build. I mean, I know you can get creative with it though, but yeah, it's like, you know, I don't know, Legos or something. I like Legos, but it's kind of a similar feel. Like you can, it can kind of wear itself out a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I keep using my friggin' potions and I need to stop. I just can't wait till we get to play that game, Bless. I'm so excited for it. I made a comment on I made a comment to the developers on one of the forums. Zero for
yeah.
Bless, like an issue that I had seen in the closed beta we played back in July, and I got a response from the developers today.
Oh, cool. What was the comment about?
So, I had made a comment that some of the mounted movement was very blocky or like jumpy, I guess you could say. Like as you're riding.
The mounted what?
The mounted movement. So while you're on a horse or a mount in the game, the way that you move was very it was like so like it wasn't very smooth, right? You kind of like you would do it and it would be like, imagine like you could only move in 6 axes.
Oh, really?
If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Exactly. Kind of like, so you would either move forward or forward right or right. So then you get like, so forward right, and then forward left, right. So it was very like the movement in the game was very very good and smooth and stuff like that, but the mounted movement was very just it seems very off to me, right? And it was so I made the comment and I said I'd like to see this fixed. It seemed very glitch. Here, you know what? I'm gonna pull up the comment and then read it to you, because I can't remember exactly what I had said. And it was nice. I wasn't being mean or anything along the lines, right?
Right.
It's just I spent a while writing this before I
Alright, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back with a coffee, so... Zed, if you want to go back to Apex,
Coffee.
we could do that. I can give it a try with some caffeine. Maybe that'll get my shit firing properly.
Sure. Let's go back to Apex.
That's what you're playing, right, Zero?
Yeah.
So, this is what I said. I've looked over the list of changes from the devs and such. I noticed that there wasn't anything addressing the quite touchy and almost blocky type movement wall on a mount. To the developers, is this something that may be addressed at some point in time? I just want to see this as the best possible game to come out. And then I said your speedy response would be greatly appreciated, right? And then so they're like they're like hi Zed, right? They're like hi Zed. This is a community manager, right? Which is whatever. He's like, I recently got a chance to talk with the other with the main dev team about mounts. We're working on some changes to try and make it better and more smoother. Now I will tell you this. I'm not sure if this will be available in the open beta or not, but I'll do my best to keep you to keep you informed and best share the experience once I get a chance to see it.
Yeah. Does
Right?
it feels kind of like you're moving on a like you said,
yeah.
on axes instead of infinitely variable movement or whatnot.
Joe, do you remember movement on a mountain in Bless?
Not really.
Could you?
I don't even know if I had it.
No. Okay. Okay. Basically, yeah.
Uh-oh. No more Zeddy. No, that's not for you. That's not for you. Was that me? My mic coming out? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Knock, knock. Hello, hello, hello. What's happening? Why is everybody ignoring me? Zero, Zedicus. Can you hear me? Oh, there you go. Hey, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you for... I don't know. Did you guys hear me saying like hello, hello, hello?
Weird.
Oh
Nope.
no, it said you left the
Yeah,
party.
before I left the party, I could see my name popping up like when I talk on my
I thought I heard you say okay or something. No, you
yeah,
just
no,
said
I was
okay.
like hello, hello. Why are you guys ignoring
Yeah, I don't
me?
know
Hello,
what
what's
was.
going on? and I could see my name popping up like it was registered
happened to me
that
before.
it was picking my voice up, but both of you cut out at the same time. Like, cut Zed off in the middle of what he was talking about. I'm like, oh, no more Zeddy. And then, like, I didn't hear anything from you either.
Yeah, because me and Zero, I'm just saying what I was talking to him and everything, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wow, okay, there goes Joe. He just left the party.
Yeah, the whole time I was like, hello, hello, why you guys ignoring me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, what the fuck's going on?
Shit. Yeah, I was just talking to him about the mounted movement in class, that's all. That it was very, it wasn't very smooth. You were kind of like, just, you pressed Y to start moving, and then moving forward, and then, like, you were just kind of like stuck in like a simple, like, axis type thing where you just go forward or left forward or right or like forward or left forward or left, right? And there wasn't any real smoothness to the mounted movement, so but like that didn't happen in the movement was very smooth in class, right? So that's why I was like, is this something that's going to be addressed? And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, it was just something with the mounts.
Or they will address it.
Dude, we are stomping kids' asses in this game. I've got 5
Damn.
kills. My aiming is on fleek. Oh my gosh.
Mozambique on fleek.
So when me and Joe join you, you're just gonna fall
Yeah, we're gonna
right
bring
apart.
you down so far.
Probably.
So far, you're gonna break through the basement.
Shit.
I got you. I brought you a chew toy.
Oh yeah, we got pinched. That was too bad. I gotta look at my stats on this shit. I was punishing kids with that fucking hemlock. Ooh, man, that's the most damage I've got in days. 1198 damage,
Nice.
5 kills. Number 3. It made me feel good. Shit. It's man, my damage games over 1,000 for me have been rare.
You're fucking telling me. I have 1 or 2 maybe.
Oh. Yeah, we
See, I
at
would
least one night when we played together. I've seen
Yeah,
it
it was like 16 one night and like 1,200 another. Only times I've ever broken 1,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of
See,
kills.
with your whole like dog toy issue, Joe, I would totally suggest like this one thing, but it's so expensive and it's like a subscription, whatever, and it's just beyond bullshit. I wish they came.
One of our things is a subscription.
I wish they came out with singular
We have
products, right?
BarkBox.
What is it?
Subscription. Yeah.
BarkBox.
They,
Oh, okay. There's something called Bully Make.
Mhm.
Bully Make, which is all about like for like hard toys. It's like really
here.
tough
Come here.
toys for tough
Yeah.
chewers or whatever.
I mean, Chibs has torn some stuff up, but like, Opie's like next level. It's insane.
He's fucking
For
hooch.
real. Like,
Oh yeah.
he would probably chew holes in the walls if like he was left alone long enough.
You should have seen my my one dog Goliath. Like he was just so like he was a Great Dane and he was just so bad when it came to chewing up things. Like there was nothing he wouldn't just there was no, to us we were like, there's no point in buying this dog toys. He just destroys them 2 days later, right?
It's only
Like-
hours with Opie. Like it's
Or
not. Luckily, he's not chewing shoes or anything. But
well, he could destroy certain toys in matters of minutes. But I'm talking about like he would destroy a Kong in a couple of days.
A what?
This might
A
be a good
Kong?
place to land.
A big
Oh,
solid rubber.
yeah, they're made for
rubber
like
thing.
tough chewers.
Oh, okay.
Rubber dog toy. And he would destroy it in about 2 days. It would be in rubber pieces all over the place. Yeah, we were like, there's like no point in giving this dog.
Like we might wind up getting like the antlers. I've talked about it. They're expensive though. They can be like anywhere between like, depending on the size, like $15 and like $30. I've joked about like giving them rocks to chew on, but like that might be the next step.
Yeah,
Give them like,
that might be the next step. Yeah, give him a solid
yeah,
rock.
like as long as it's big enough and he won't choke on it, like rub some peanut butter on it, he'll probably love it.
Why not, right?
Like I did buy these two chew things.
If you guys see, what's it called? Never mind. That's what I was looking for. A longbow.
Ooh.
Oh, cool, okay.
Well, just cause that one thing I gotta do with the, changing the, what's it called?
Changing the enemy's face with a shotgun.
No, I can't remember what it's called. I gotta get the 200 damage with the sniper rifle, right?
Oh, okay.
There's an extended energy mag here. Level
So I'm gonna try to stick with some. I'm gonna try to stick with some things.
The market gave
with
me
some
this
sniper
sweet
rifles.
Oh,
gold armor,
nice.
but
Yeah,
not
I
much
saw
else.
that.
Yeah, like these games also have been kind of shitty loot-wise too. Now I don't know if that's because we're not living long enough, but like I don't know, it's just been shitty all around. But now I got
Yeah, so I know how it
a
is.
coffee in
sometimes.
me. We got 0 on the team. Hopefully things will change.
Yeah, let's turn this shit around.
Hey, Joe, how old is Rand, by the way? He's pretty young,
yeah,
right?
he's,
Like, in high
still in
school?
high school. He's I don't even know if he drives, honestly. But then again, I don't know.
Yeah,
how
he might be
old-
like. He talks like he's maybe like 15
Yeah.
or 16.
Oh, it's going down in Skulltown. You want to go take a look?
Okay.
Actually, I need
Yeah,
that
sure.
shotgun bolt. I didn't realize. There was a devotion over there.
Thanks.
heavy ammo here.
I've got a flatline and a longbow right now.
Heavy ammo here.
Oh, I got a 3x sight and a level 1 sniper. If anybody wants that stuff.
Level 1.
Yeah, you can have it.
Oh, I love
got
that.
I got a
love
decent
this
sight.
sight. This is like my
Yeah,
one of my
yeah.
favorite sights. The
I
3x.
do like that one,
Yeah.
okay, but it's not my fave. It is good.
The
though.
H
You
cog,
can use
the
it
the
even
the,
close.
the H cog
You want to hit
ranger.
him with some sniper shots? Yeah.
3 hits.
Oh,
There for
4 hits.
24.
damn Zero's bouncing in front of you while I'm trying to shoot.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Alright, one down. Oh, I'm about to be down. Fuck. I didn't realize I was like dancing around by myself.
Fuck.
I was like in the middle of them.
I'm kind of stuck
There's
on
somebody over there behind his head. You're gonna be pushed
Gotcha,
by
bitch.
somebody from over there.
Where's this other fucker?
They're,
Okay, yeah, back down below this hill. Back below the hill. Oh, I hear somebody else. Fuck, no. Oh my gosh. Tension.
they're coming.
Feel the pressure. Oh shit. I'm coming. Oh, I thought my shots hit him, but it didn't register damage.
Alright.
He probably killed me and took my shots out of the air.
I mean, not bad. I had 1 kill. You know, I mean, that's so far my first game
Yeah.
back 1 kill. That's 3 kills for the night. Probably played 25 games, and I got 2 kills in the other 24 games.
Oh, that's punishing, man. That's hard to tolerate. You know, I
Yeah.
know what you mean.
And like on top of that, we have like randos. It was nice when Ram was here, but I played some games with Ram, and then some games with Ram NZ, and then Ram left. and like we've had on both sides when it was just me and Ram, and I mean, like, it was just like dumb fucking
Rough.
teammates who were just like doing their own stuff.
Oh yeah.
When I was at Ram, like people actually gave up Jumpmaster and then jumped solo somewhere by themselves. That happened twice.
Oh my god. What
Right.
kind of shit is that? I've seen that happen. I mean, that's
Right,
so
like what's the
stupid.
point? Like we'll go wherever you want. Like
I
just
see people.
why like purposefully leave us?
Smells like victory.
Yeah, they must think they're badasses or something.
I was watching it. I was watching a streamer do that, and like, oh no, it makes it he was saying something about making it easier when running around or something like that. I don't know exactly what they're saying. Make it easier because then there's not the whole party getting wiped out or whatever if one person ends up dying and you're all across the map and shit. But it's like then
That
you can't
doesn't make
revive
that's
each
fucking
other, right?
stupid. You don't if you
Right?
if you don't have 3 guns on your enemy. I mean, you're obviously you don't have
Right,
as
if you're by
good of a
yourself
chance.
and you're
I mean,
coming
that's
across a
fucking
squad
dumb.
here, unless you're lucky enough to third party every fight, you're gonna come across a squad and it's gonna be 3-on-1.
Yeah. That's right. You better be like the champion of the world or something, you know?
Yeah, not just champion of airbase, champion of
So-
the fucking world.
We are not landing solo.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, they went over toward the cliff wall.
What's that? Oh, a Spitfire.
All right, I got a 99, not bad.
Oh. I thought here's some heavy.
Backpack here. Level
There was one gun in all of these bins.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna move
Yeah,
towards Ed because those guys will probably try to push
Behind
us.
you.
They're on the far. They're on the far end.
I think there's
Yeah, they landed
People in
over.
here?
No, one in here. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I heard him someone.
what?
Oh no. I don't know where she went.
Oh, and they're behind me. Fucking double teamed.
I'm bleeding out.
Oh yeah, man, I thought I was attacking a solo enemy in here, so.
They're all up top. They're coming.
Yeah, you might want to either stealth and okay, yeah, whatever you want to do. You're a grown man.
Yeah, you can make your own poor
Oh,
decisions
come
just like
on.
I can.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went in there. My aiming that time wasn't so good.
Shit be rough.
I should have been hip firing too. I'm so used to aiming, I have trouble hip firing when I should.
Yeah. Alright, I need 340, 336 more damage with Watson, then I can go back to the thick boys.
Watson's a thick girl. Yummy. Nice
Yeah.
booty there.
I make her say wee.
So that's why you
wee.
call it Thick Boy
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah, my post today had me included in it.
Then
It was a picture of Gibraltar holding like his hand up like he's gonna smack you, and then a picture of Caustic like looking over his shoulder, and then in Gibraltar's hand it's my head. So it looks like he's trying to like spike my
pretty
head,
cool.
and Caustic's looking over his shoulder like, "The fuck are you guys doing?"
You gotta, you do
Yeah.
a Photoshop or
Yeah,
whatever. You
put it
know.
up on
Yeah.
Instagram and Facebook, and hopefully it reads that way. That's how I intended it, and it looked that way to me, but it may read
Yeah.
completely different to somebody else. They might just be like, "This dude's a fucking weirdo. Like,
No, it
he's
sounds
got
like.
sick ass Gibraltar holding a head."
Sounds right. Get some Joe
Yeah.
head.
Joe Head's the best head this side of the Mississippi. At least that's what I like to think.
think we should land here.
Okay.
Let's go. Allons-y.
Is that Black Desert? I mean, were you guys having fun with it, or is it just something, you know, something different? Not, you know,
We were
'cause this
trying
was
to have
sucking.
fun. My main complaint with it is it's too easy, and that was happening also tonight. We're like just slaughtered.
Is it kind of a beginner?
Yeah, like Zed said, it can get more
Game.
difficult later, but like it's just slaughtering mounds and mounds of enemies. Somebody's in here.
Shit. God damn, he smoked me. He's right out.
there's somebody on the roof.
There's two of them, I bet.
Fuck, man! He
That was a
swapped
good
shields
little...
so he had enough life to fuck me up.
I almost feel like as soon as we get a gun, we should like get in close proximity or something. Just the way,
Yeah.
I mean, at
No,
least
I
when
mean, makes
kids land
sense.
with us. I don't know.
Yeah, like the pros, they'll land in like either the 3 different corners of this place, or maybe they would land at different places, but they can like hold their own on like 1v3s. I clearly can't. So yeah, I think we definitely, if we stuck together and we were able to actually like
Yeah,
team
versus-
fire, like pick a target and we all shoot that target till they're down, and just kind of, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah,
That's
now
difficult.
that would be that is tough. That is tough. But yeah, it would be the
They also move very
when it can be
slow.
done.
They also move very slow, and they move ahead. Like the top players, they move ahead of the ahead of the ring. A bunch of shit like that, right? Like they're in the ring. They're not chasing. They're not chasing down the storm. They're like already heading to. Like they pick up a couple of things and then they head off. Like they
Right.
don't loot the whole area, right? Just pick up a couple
Yeah.
of things and then just
Right, they
move,
just
move,
go
move,
from
move,
fight
and then
to fight.
they get closer. Yeah.
And have everybody else loot for them.
Yeah.
But there's a
Exactly.
streamer, or he's not a streamer, he's a YouTuber. iTempt plays. He lands like middle of the map also, so he can get to fights quickly. He doesn't like landing on the edge of the maps because then
That's an interesting.
it's always sometimes he doesn't see. And it happens to us too. We don't see a fight for the first like 10 minutes. I mean, maybe we fight in the very beginning
That's
and then
true.
there's no other fights until like the last fight.
Uh-huh. And another thing that some of the biggest players in the game do, the top players in the game, is they never hot drop, right? They'll never you'll never really see them drop as soon as
Right.
the thing come up. Like they'll move, but they don't try to drop where everybody else is. A lot of them just wait all the way till the end and then drop where the end point is, and then
Yeah,
run
well, we'll
run in from there.
We'll do a center. Oh damn it! We're not going to do a center of the map drop. I guess we are. I thought we were. I thought that was going to
Yeah, I
screw
thought it
up
was
our
gonna
jump
make us go
completely.
straight down.
The Leviathan
Yeah,
screwing us up, yeah.
Alright, good. I think we're.
it's a fucking gun. God damn this game. There we go. I got a white stock for somebody. And there's armor right next to it.
Yo. You have all these things you can chill. I'm not bitching about you chilling your fucking bed. You're gonna chew like the one fucking thing that you can't.
What's he chewing?
Screen wipes or something? Like a little pack of. I don't even know where the fuck you got it from.
Good old Opie. Get
Yeah,
into
man.
shit.
That's all he does. I was about to say, whatever he's eating now doesn't sound like he should be. It's his fucking dish. I don't hear him eat that often that... I mean, it sounded like he was getting into trouble.
Oh no, I didn't. Yeah. I didn't mean to throw smoke.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I
yeah,
immediately
put that on
I
that.
immediately got on the friggin'
Ooh, yeah, switch to that shit. So there's heavy.
I want that. I want the Havoc here. Here you. I'll
No, I
drop
don't need
some
heavy. I was just pinging some.
Oh, I'm dropping
So there's
anyways.
also that. Also, I'm carrying this. I don't need. Somebody can have that.
Shit, I'm gonna drop the 301 for the hemlock.
Extended light Magia. Level 2.
I
don't
don't
need
need a
light
lot
mag.
mag. I didn't mean to.
I'll grab it.
Yeah, where you guys want to move up the hill, or I'm not partial
I'm
in a certain
hearing-
direction.
Oh, please stay.
I'm hearing. So
Sure.
do you want to go up here?
Sure.
Try to
Is
stay-
there any streaming
Try to
platform
stick-
that will let you switch between the players in the stream, like Spec Me or
No,
Zed?
not that I know
there's-
of.
That's for the future.
Yeah. Well, there some. If it's like a tournament or something, there might be. Well, there is some sort of
Oh, right.
technology that does it. Twitch doesn't. It's not native to Twitch. I know for the Overwatch League, if you pay for their whatever it is, All Access Pass or something, you can do that. So that while you're watching, you can switch from whatever player's view you want. And there's other stuff that comes with it, but I know that's like the big selling point. So you don't have to watch whatever they want to put on TV. You can if you're a tank player, you can just watch the tank screen all of the time to learn all the moves or whatever.
Oh, that's cool.
It's pretty interesting.
And that's
Yeah.
Overwatch, you said? Their pass
Yeah.
thing? Yeah.
The Overwatch League's All Access Pass. More heavy ammo over here if anybody's into that sort of thing.
Oh crap! Care package right over
Oh
here.
shit! Alright. Opie, relax. You can't go out.
I'm gonna go
Yeah, we're right
check
behind
it
you.
out.
There's a Kraber, or an L-Star, I mean. Phoenix kit. Yeah. That's way far away.
Yeah, sound like a
fire.
sniper shot of sorts.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, I'll take that.
I could use a turbocharger.
Yeah,
What
triple
shot are
take,
you?
so-
Alright.
Syringia.
I'd hate for it to give you guys some armor that was worth a damn.
Yeah, it would be nice. But I just have to hit more shots than I miss, that's all. And then
Sniper stock here.
I'll steal somebody else's armor. Come on, Opie, cut that shit out.
Was Opie like in the shelter for a long
Like 3
time?
weeks or something. So longer than some.
Oh, okay.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
I wonder if he like got used to his cellmates or whatever.
Well, he did. He didn't want to leave when when I was picking him up. Well, not that he didn't want to leave, but he came. The guy like brought him out, and then like we swapped leashes. I put my leash on him, and then when the guy like turned around to walk back into the kennel, he like was trying to follow him like back through that door.
Oh yeah, he kind of.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, you're coming with me. Come on, we're going this way. And he's just like was kind of confused. What the fuck?
Whoa!
Okay.
Oh, come back.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I hear him right next to me.
There he is. He just killed me. He was right by you guys.
Oh shit! I broke her shield.
I missed all those fucking shots.
Oh,
I missed
teammate.
every single fucking shot until they killed me.
I needed a better close quarters weapon. I mean, I'm usually good with the Hemlock at close range, but I mean, I did 122, but she had something better. She was in my face the entire time, like, you know, 7 feet away or 10 feet away or
Right.
something.
Yeah, I wasn't too far with the devotion, and I just missed
And just
all of those fucking shots. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it sucks when you're firing a full. I've done it too, man. It'll piss you off though to miss on full.
Yeah, it said I
auto.
did 36 damage, which
Like
is
every
more than I
shot,
thought
yeah.
I did.
I've had with the Spitfire, I've been like firing in somebody's path that was strafing before, and they dodge every bullet as it strafes by them. It's like I don't even know how that
Yeah,
works.
not me neither.
So I need people to jump on my pad to finish one of my dailies.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So I'm gonna throw my pad and whatever. Just bounce around on it, I guess. Prove your strength before the gods.
Alright.
When did you say Bless came out? October?
So November 7th is the open beta. November 7th till the what's it called? Till the 21st. I wish
so
it
you
came
guys
out
have played it
October.
closed. Like
We
a
played the closed
invite
beta, yeah. You needed special codes to get the game.
Yeah, but I think they were giving them out to everybody. But yeah, it was like a close. You did need a code to get in.
It's not that they were giving it out to everybody. They were giving it out to anybody that followed certain people's pages. And the codes were limited. Like you only had what's it called? They only had.
Oh wait, that's you. My bad. Oh, we're shooting at each other.
Yeah,
I was looking for the freaking enemy. Has everybody got
Yeah.
a gun?
I got 999 right now.
There's a 301 here. And we got shotguns back here.
Some wide ammo, more wide ammo.
That looks like we're landing. There's light ammo there. And then there's shotguns here.
I need heavy
Well,
when we find some.
I'm a roll with a peacekeeper right now.
You guys want to push market? Or I mean,
yeah.
I'm not stuck on that. I'm
We
just,
landed,
we just
right?
oh, there's somebody out there.
oh, dude's down here. Yep.
I don't see. Oh wow.
Let's chase that motherfucker.
Where'd he go?
I don't see.
Probably up to that building. Just guessing.
I'll go around the side.
I think he's in the building.
Yeah, he's in here. Got him. He's down. Give me your heavy ammo, sucker. You ain't got no heavy ammo, sucker.
Joke's on us.
Yeah. He was weak. He went down easy. Must have had no heals. Didn't even have armor. Worthless kill.
I know. Oh, we got somebody coming from the ship.
Yeah. Fresh bins. Okay.
There's more shotgun ammo here.
Another 301. Dude, can I not get any heavy ammo, please? Fucking
Yeah, I
game.
have 60, well 57 now. I finished that guy off with my heavy gun like an idiot.
Yeah, like 50.
Alright, so they looted this whole building.
Yeah, and those boxes over there. I don't mean to
Alright,
reposition
yeah,
there.
let's go back to market. Follow
All
plan A. Hope we lay down.
Man A.
Oh, hey.
Oh, so somebody's in here. They got a Watson.
Cut it out,
there.
Opie. Cut that shit out. Hey, this shit's looted.
Damn. Can't find shit for heavy.
Supplies coming in.
Yo, cut it the yo, Opie, cut it out.
Man, he must have a ton of energy to, like, you know, play with him 3 times and all that
Yeah,
shit.
like
and
I
still-
don't get it. Put so much effort into like trying to drain his energy today.
I don't know if I've ever been in a game where I can't find heavy in this many places. That's crazy.
Right.
Sorry, Zed. Had to snatch that.
No worries.
Want to go here?
Yeah.
Just to, I assume they did too.
Yeah, up top looked like it was looted.
Yeah, they have been here. I
But
see an
there
open
is
door.
that. Oh, the light just went out for that care package.
We're at like
Yeah,
4 of us.
right. Yeah, it's looted. Oh, I see them. I see one anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Shit, I don't have a helmet yet.
There's one right here.
Oh shit.
Oh, helmet. Okay. Yeah, you want to just back up.
Yeah, I don't
Heck, I
see
don't
a
really have
sight
the
either.
ammo to engage him.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it has been shitty loot this game for sure. I mean, I know they were ahead of us, but
Oh,
dude, I'm gonna pick up this Havoc because there's energy ammo everywhere.
Do you have any energy ammo? I'm low on it.
I just got like 44 rounds, but I've seen it like in
okay.
several places. Here's
Yeah,
a little.
yet to see any.
all right, here.
I'm actually picking up the Devotion. You know, no, I'm gonna get this damn RE45. Yeah, so here's some energy ammo.
Yeah, I
for
was
you a
actually
little
just
bit.
dropping.
Okay, cool.
I'm giving up my heavy, so I have heavy for you. I have energy for. Like it's Zed, you're using energy.
Oh yeah, I can use
Yeah,
that.
so here you go,
I
Zed.
forgot
There's
about
that for you. I don't have a whole lot of it. 0. Here's this for you.
That's fine. It's just on my
Thank you.
sniper, so
it. Yeah,
it's not gonna be.
me
It's like
too.
I'm not
I
gonna be
mean,
using it a lot. I just like bounce it on the damn thing.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
I got an R99 right now and a triple take.
Alright, so those guys didn't push us. There must. Maybe it wasn't a full squad.
Yeah, I saw it too at least. Had no real sight.
Yeah, me neither. I kind of want to shoot that bird over there.
Oh, he's probably.
Over by Skulltown.
And he pinged him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm right behind you. We should move somewhere. Opie's probably like trying to warn you about the Levittown.
Right,
Ripper
I'm just
or
like, you're
something.
such a dummy, Opie. Stop being stupid.
Meanwhile, he's like, Joel, there's something wrong here. I need to tell you.
I landed on the roofs in the center. Oh, that bird's pretty far. There we go. I shot him while we were on the
Nice.
zip line up, and then he got
Oh,
super
good
far
shot.
away by the time. Oh, nice! And it just landed on this roof. No, it didn't.
Oh, that's cool.
No, it did not. Where did it land? The shadow looked like it did. Oh, it's right here in the street. There's another box here too. So yeah, if anybody wants any of those things.
A peacekeeper in the building I'm in. Here's an energy mag.
Yeah, I got me one of those.
There's a choke in this box. Man, you know, it's kind of hard to overstate how awesome that music is.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to it. There's a portal over there.
It reminds me of like a... Oh, shit. Yeah, dudes. Oh, shit. Where am I getting hit from? Somewhere toward those bins. Over in that direction.
Oh, they're on the zip line coming over. So now they're above us.
Whoa! That Pathfinder was ridiculous.
God damn, what did he melt me with? That was like all
That's what I'm
headshots.
saying.
Where's that motherfucker that was on
Dude is coming in this building. Dude, I had 125 health. He melted me It was like he shot me every bullet to the head with a full auto thing. Maybe it was a 99.
His partner's coming behind him.
Oh, I did 90 damage.
Oh, you know, I bet he had a alternator with disruptors or something.
That was ridiculous.
He killed me with
Yeah, they took down
301.
I trapped myself in a corner while his grenade went off and took like 75 armor. Well, it took 100, but I killed one.
Alright, so now I'm done with her. I'm back to the thick boys.
Cool. Did you get your achievement, Zed? Or your
No, I
challenge?
need someone to jump it off one more time.
More jumps.
And then I still need that more freaking sniper damage. That's pretty rough. I've only done 27 sniper damage, just because like we never get into a situation where I can really snipe very easily, right? So,
Right. Sniping is not easy.
Yeah. No, it takes some practice, and then it's still
well,
hard.
see, I can snipe. That's not a problem. My situation is getting into a situation where I can snipe, where I'm not close range, where I can see them from a distance, know where they are.
That triple takes the
Stuff and
easiest to
figure.
snipe with. I mean, like you
Yeah,
can do
longbows.
close.
I don't find the scout very. The scout's a good gun, but I don't find it very easy to snipe with. The triple
No,
take
it's
and the
not
longbow.
real.
The triple take and the longbow, I find are quite easy to.
Yeah, the scout's pretty good at close range.
quite easy
though.
to
You know
use.
what I mean? It shoots fast enough.
Yeah, that's
What I'm
the
saying. Yeah.
compromise, yeah.
It's a good up close sniper. But for actual sniping
Yeah.
itself,
Well, what do you gotta do? You gotta
the
get.
longbow and the
kills
triple
with
take are
snipes?
better. 200.
Oh, okay.
200
Oh,
damage.
yeah, it doesn't matter. You can do that at any range. Just has to be with a sniper gun.
Yeah.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Round 1. Beginning countdown.
Your ship pretty close by. I'm not sure. That I can't tell where it's at.
I actually like this weapon.
What's that?
I love the wingman.
Yeah,
the
it's pretty
wingman.
good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Jeez.
Alternate area. Shotgun bolt here. Ammo here. Over here.
Oh, there was a prowler back there.
Got two. Does anybody see any snipers?
No, I have not.
I picked up the scout.
Oh, that's fine.
New kill leader appointed.
There's a new kill leader.
Mostly looking for the other ones.
I didn't see any
Oh.
in the tower.
Alright, where do you want to rotate to? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Whatever, I'll follow you guys.
Barrel stabilizer here.
Alright, let's rotate this way. Oh, actually, I just heard shots this way.
Okay. Oh yeah, they're popping off.
Extended heavy man here. Level 1.
Ooh, come to Poppy. Oh, damn. I need heavy ammo if anybody sees any
Yeah, I
spare.
got some I can spare.
Oh, thank you.
Also got shotgun. I don't know what I'm doing with that.
That's pretty funny. That dude imitating him.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole, I've never seen this video before. It's just like some dude who's like
Bapkins,
pretending to be both of them.
He's a comic. He's like a stand-up comic dude, I think.
Level 3.
Too many napkins.
Flapping around like a Bampkins.
The shit is pretty. I mean, I'm not giving him pretty well, but that shit's a pretty accurate
Yeah.
parody. I mean, while still injecting humor into it, you know.
Package coming in.
I mean, I guess Eminem thought it was funny enough to put it on his own song.
Energy ammo here.
Yeah, I know. I heard that track, whichever it was.
Homicide. Yeah.
That is pretty funny.
Flapping around
Yeah.
with the Bampkins.
There we go.
No.
You guys have not seen a longbow or a
Not
triple
yet.
take yet, have you?
I haven't seen. This Scout is the only sniper rifle I've seen the whole game.
Right? This is ridiculous.
If you want it, I might trade it for one of your guns.
Oh, don't worry about it right now. I'm fine with this.
Oh, we've already been in that building.
Checking all these bins for stuffs.
Optics here. Close range. Syringe here.
Optics here. Close range. Always better than iron sights.
Oh, ring's coming in.
You want to take?
Yeah.
Almost
Where do you
there,
guys
though.
want to go?
Take this over to.
I'll follow you. All right.
See if we can go up over these mountains. Not quite. Not even close, actually.
Are you getting shot at? Is that you?
No,
Nope.
but that's behind us, it sounds like.
I meant to follow you, but I thought you meant a different route. I'm coming now, though. Oh, we're close together. We're close.
I can't tell where those shots are.
Oh, there's a
Yeah.
oh, that's your barrier. Right?
They're coming from in front of us.
Defense is complete.
All right. We might ought to. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We got 2 minutes.
Oh, I think I just saw on the other side of the leg that was lifted.
I just saw them right there. I'm pointing it out.
Yeah,
it's a
I
full
saw him,
squad.
yeah. I don't have any
I got a
sight that can
3X,
hit
you
them
want it?
from here.
For your scout.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep. Oh,
Thank you.
They're zipping up.
I'm dropping
They're
a
zip-
1X for it.
He's gonna be here.
Okay. Shit. Yep.
Damn, melted me immediately. Fuck, it's just you, Zero. I'm trying to take this bounce pad one last time.
Oh, yeah. You know how it is
Yes.
when more than one guy's shooting you from more than one direction. Yeah, man, that was a badass zip line they set up. That was perfect.
Yeah, they fucked me up.
I mean, there was no way to attack them from where we were at. I'll go back to fucking the robot.
Robot.
Back to the thick boys.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
cool to have a caustic and a Pathfinder and whatever else. I like Octane too. Octane's probably best like as a solo. I mean, he doesn't benefit the party much, but
No
he can
way.
stick
Right.
with them. And
I just opened up one of the Apex boxes and got a legendary weapon
Nice.
skin.
oh, cool.
Yeah, for the R301, the Unsheathed Rebellion.
Cool.
So-
Please.
All right, now I'm gonna play somebody else because now that Octane did the jump pads, I don't know who to. Oh, Wraith! I need 3 kills with Wraith.
Yeah, that'll be pretty cool to have a Wraith and Pathfinder and Caustic. That sounds like a good combo. We can go anywhere.
Pathfinder. Do. Follow me if you want to win.
Oh, dude, I saw this fucking movie on Amazon Prime Video. It's called Get Gunther or something like that. Have you guys ever seen that? It's like
What
a
is it?
Schwarzenegger
Get Gunther? No.
movie, but I think it's Get Gunther or Kill Gunther. It's funny as hell. Most of the movie doesn't have Schwarzenegger in it until like toward the end, but it's just a hilarious movie. It's about these hitmen trying to kill Arnold, who is like the best hitman in the world or something. And but at the end of the movie, Arnold sings like a country western song. The whole movie's
What?
fairly
That
funny.
sounds absurd.
But, like, yeah, it's hilarious. It's like a 4-minute long song or something too. It seems like it anyway. It's kind of hilarious to hear him sing it. He's purposely doing it badly, and I'm sure it's on YouTube.
No, I've never even heard of this ridiculous thing you're talking about.
It was a ridiculous movie. It wasn't like a terribly bad ridiculous movie. It was just
Looks
one
like
of
we're
those,
landing in pit alone.
you know, light entertainment movies. Oh, I can't believe nobody landed pit with us.
Knockdown shield here. Energy ammo here. First blood and it's
My eye itches. Eh. Alright, so I have a scout if you want it there, Zeddy.
I have a scout. Don't worry about it.
That was me popping a robot.
Is that one of us? Okay.
There was a stupid robot
What's
up
that?
there.
Did you find a?
Oh, I've never even seen one up there. That's cool.
Yeah, it's the second time I've seen one up there. first time it happened, I'm like, oh shit, I had no idea they could be up there. So I've been looking ever since.
If you guys see what are they, the 4 to 6 site? That's like my favorite for a sniper, other than the digital threat. Digital
Yeah,
threats.
it's pretty insane. Digital threat. Digital threat, I think it's 4 to 10.
4 to 6?
I think it's 4 to 8. It's a purple one.
Yeah, I don't.
4 to 8.
The 4 to 8
okay.
one, yeah. If you see that, just let me know.
Go ahead.
Oh,
How if
too
you see any?
slow. Too slow.
Oh, if you see any,
No,
I
no, it's all
should've let you
good.
have it.
No.
Here, Joe, come take
No, no,
this
I got
armor.
purple. I backed off. You know what I mean? It's all
Alright.
good.
Alright.
I don't execute nearly enough for it to be worth it.
Yeah, you know, I don't either really. I guess my eye is just drawn to the lustrous gold.
Yeah.
what is it? What is
Yeah,
it
the
gold
gold
armor?
armor. It refills your armor when you execute somebody.
Honestly, I forget to do that. I'll try to bear it in mind though. I'm gonna hit this beacon up here.
What,
Somebody's...
to actually do executions? You
Yeah.
forget to
Oh, I'm a dumbass.
execute people?
Yep.
Yeah, in order to get the little armor bonus.
People are fighting.
Sounds like they're
That's
fighting
what
on
I
the
was
other
just gonna say.
side.
There's a level 2 standard stock over there.
I'm coming right behind you. Mechanic. Got kind of shitty weapons, but
I got a 301 and
Not
a
too
scout.
bad, I don't
I can
guess.
give you one of these if.
no, it's not that bad. I mean, my weapons aren't too bad, you know. I've got an alternator havoc. Need a turbocharger, but
Oh shit! I got a
We'll go
that
flatline.
and that. I'm not using. Choke and an extended heavy mag.
Oh, somebody
Oh, holy shit!
What
What
is
the
that?
fuck was that?
oh yeah.
That was some crazy ass noise. Oh. 4 to 8.
Ooh. Nice.
Ooh. Yeah. Do you have an energy weapons, Ed?
Nope.
Okay.
A heavy and a light right now.
Hope he's just sitting. He's like 4 inches from the door, just staring at it. He's been doing that for quite a while now.
At least he's staring and
Yeah.
not crying.
That's true.
Yeah.
Life is all about small victories.
Looks like there's a lifeline care package coming on the other side of that mountain. Other than that, I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, me neither. It's kind of too
Yeah.
quiet. Too quiet.
Watch out, Fox! It's a trap. Whenever.
Here's a triple take if you wanna. Snipe.
No, I'm good. I've got the. I've got this stupid gun.
It's stupid gun.
The scout, and I've got a lot of ammo for it. Maybe if I had a whole bunch of energy ammo, but
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
We find optics here. Mid-range.
Man, if you get just the right angle on the ground, you can use the fucking grapple to go about as fast as Octane can.
Yeah, yeah. If you do it and jump and stuff, you can move pretty quickly.
Yeah, the jump. That. There's a blue heavy. Yeah. I hear enemies below us,
There,
Joe.
okay.
In this
Oh,
building
shit.
we're in.
No.
did you guys see him?
No, I hear them.
Oh shit! They're right.
1 second.
How the fuck did they know where I was? She just popped out and started shooting. Oh, they're across the way too. Somebody over here?
Oh, that's you.
Got one of them.
What am I doing?
And they have a peacekeeper.
I'm coming back. I got one of them taken out.
Peacekeeper? Yeah, they're coming.
Yeah,
There's
mark
one
him,
there
mark him.
and there's one there.
I don't even know where he is. Oh, there he is. Coming behind you.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck, that was my fault. I was just lollygagging up ahead of you.
I could have taken out either one of those individual fuckers. I was hurting them both with that Spitfire. In that case, the Spitfire was doing good.
Fuck.
I wonder if you could get away with playing copyrighted music on your stream if it's coming through the mic of one of your dudes in your party.
No. I know that
It doesn't matter.
people on YouTube, somebody was copyright strike, like a big YouTuber, had a copyright strike against them for humming a song. And somebody else
Oh, wow.
had a copyright strike put against them for saying the word Bohemian Rhapsody. Just talking about the movie. He said the name of the movie,
What?
and they copyright striked them because it was part of a song. Because of the song. Yeah,
That's
like it's out of
ridiculous.
hand. That was on YouTube though. So like there's firms actually
Right.
set up, and YouTube has changed their rules since, but there were firms set up where all they were just like a basement with like 50 or 100 people just going through YouTube videos. And then if they hear something, they mark it and they just make a claim against it. And it doesn't even matter if they win, because like the way it was explained on
about this area.
on a podcast, which it doesn't really seem right, but the way it was explained was like they do it for the money. So I make a claim against you and I get the money. You can dispute it, but that takes time because you have to put a dispute in, say that you own the rights to everything or you got the rights to use it or whatever. And then it's kind of in arbitration and YouTube has to make a decision on it. That whole time, the person who made the claim on it is...
Oh, we got company. Oh, shit.
Okay.
I'm going over here.
The person who made the claim on it is taking your revenue from it. So by the time it comes out, especially for like big YouTubers, they've already lost all their money.
Oh, I got no gun. Punch this bitch.
We just
Yeah,
got
game
pulsed.
phone.
man, I
Yeah,
almost,
bitch.
I did like 90 some damage, but I didn't get that last bullet in, so I didn't get the
Last
knockdown.
guys. Oh, he's another squad. 2 more. Fuck. 2 guys coming up that cliff at you. Or one's screwing around at my box.
I
Now
only
he's
have
coming
4
up.
light bullets left.
Did you see me pinging them before
Yeah.
they got me down?
Oh, that sucks.
No, leave me alone, you motherfucker.
Use those chemical powers.
Ah, shit, I ran right into somebody else.
Oh, good
Oh.
try. There was too many. We would have. That one squad was dead meat. I mean, we had 2 of them down. There would have been one
Yeah.
more in a second. But 2. I thought only 1 squad landed with us, but no.
Nope.
Nope.
Fuck, I need to.
Yeah, it'd be cool if we had like another compelling game to play when this gets kind of grindy. I mean, not grindy, kind
Yeah.
of annoying. You know?
Well, Bless will be out soon. I mean, Minecraft is fucking amazing.
I might end
Just
up
gotta
giving
wait
it a
a
try.
Like, I can't
Minecraft's
believe
awesome.
it took
man.
me fucking 33 years to play Minecraft. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
it came out like 10 years ago or something, but
right, but like, it's still like,
Minecraft's good. Yeah, Minecraft's good. Like I was saying to him though, I don't know. At least for me, it kind of gets a little boring after a little while.
I don't.
Or not really boring, but I guess you could say almost like a pain in the butt. Like after, like if you play it for like a long period of time, and then you go back, you're like, oh, I'll go play that again. I don't know. It just kind of gets like, oh my goodness.
like the next day
My
or
head.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
I'm gonna let one of you
It gets
guys.
a little repetitive, but it's like very relaxing. Like, time just disappears. Like,
Oh, there. Yeah. It's super relaxing. It's definitely not a high stress game at all.
Dropping in. Hang on.
But yeah, it gets repetitive, and I think the repetitiveness kind of gets to me.
right, I mean, like, if we
Sure.
had like a goal,
Yeah.
where, like, all right, we're gonna take this world and we're like actually gonna build some mansions in it or something, or we're gonna build like, because I was watching a video. It was supposed to be like some like funny video of some shit happening, but like the entire world was like built. Like somebody stole their egg or something. There was a bunch of YouTubers stole their egg, and they like
Yeah.
had to like go through all these different like mazes and these like traps to like.
Oh,
Actually, I need that to like find it and shit. Like it was pretty insane that the entire world was built.
Oh, are you saying that it will give you scenarios and build
Well,
a
it
random
builds
world
you
around
no,
the
it builds a
scenario,
random
or-
world, and then you can customize it and kind of make it however you want. But like these YouTubers had built their world, and they had like houses, and they had all these things, and like a courtyard and whatever. And somebody had come onto their thing, and they were calling him a hacker, but it was probably some scripted shit that they were doing. But there was like five YouTubers.
Right.
And they were they had some egg or something that was stolen, and they were like different where the egg was. There was like a book that had like some shit written in it, like a clue, like a fucking almost like a puzzle, and then they like went to do like what it said, and then there was another clue, and they like did this, and it was like this crazy I was surprised at how much of the world was built. Like they went through this thing, and then like there was a trap door. They like hit a button, and like all these like monsters came out, and then like they had to fight them off, and then there was like,
Oh, neat.
it was pretty crazy. And I was just really surprised. Like,
If you really get inventive, it's so massive that you can do all these
was
like
almost-
crazy stuff. Part of me's like I don't even have the energy to get to that. Like
Yeah, I know.
Like
what you
I
mean,
was doing
yeah.
I was doing a fair bit of building yesterday, building all this random shit, and I was like, oh my god, even then I was like, oh my god.
right. And then there was a group of them
Shoot.
building it. It wasn't just one or two people. It was because like there were a couple times like during the thing they're like, all right, they like got into the room like, all right, wait for everybody to get here, wait for all the YouTubers so they all have content, like that sort of thing. So I don't know how many people are actually in the world, but like
Yeah.
like I mentioned before, if we had like, because like Zero Logic, we don't play any games together anymore. If everybody was able to get,
Except for me and except for only me and Joe really. Like I play. See a lot. See the thing is a lot of Zero Logic, and there are a couple, whatever, but
Shit
a lot
is
of Zero
going
Logic.
down on
oh,
the
there's a
other side of the
blue
cave,
bag
I think.
here.
I'm listening.
A lot of the members of Zero Logic are not FPS friends,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So, like they'll play like other games, and like they might like shooters, but they're not like big like FPS fans. So, it's hard to get them to be like, oh, like, play Apex, right? Some of them yes,
Right, but most of them no. They're more like RPG.
But when you and it kind of fits with the whole thing. Like you find these people from a MMO anyways, like an RPG anyways. So
Right.
it kind of
That's where we all met each other. But like I figured, like with Minecraft, maybe if we can get, and there's at least one person who does play it, that maybe we can get like gaming nights on that.
Got one down. Got a shield broken.
Nice, whole squad's
Got
down.
him.
Looks like that was the last one.
Hail to the Hail to the king, baby.
Hail to the king. This is my stuff. This is my stuff.
I feel like that's well, not that first game I played or second game was a good game, but sometimes I feel like in this game I'm really poor at being tactical, and that time I felt like I was very good at being tactical.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's
Like getting on the roof, I threw an arc star on one side, then on the other, and kind of trapped them, and I was hitting them with the R99. It makes you feel good when you make big dick playa moves.
Yeah.
Swinging
Look
past your
past your
knees.
knees.
Look at my big. Look at my big dick.
Ooh, shield batteries, 14 shield cells.
Oh shit! I didn't realize there's a thing in there.
Yeah. Oh god, does anybody need syringes? I have like
Yeah, I could
18
use
of them.
some. I
I'd
have
use a
6.
couple, yeah.
So.
Here.
Circle we're right next to the safe zone.
All right, I'm backing up into it.
Yeah, let's just yeah.
All right, here I can give you some of those syringes.
We probably ought to get the fuck out of here somewhere.
Yeah, you know what? I agree.
Because I don't know if we ought to go. I don't know where to go, honestly. I'm just running
there's
for a
a-
little cover, I guess, in the cave.
Does anybody
or
want to?
whatever.
Does anybody have a peacekeeper or triple T?
No, not me.
Okay, then I am.
Hey, hell,
dropping
there's a
this.
blue box over there.
Explore this way. Shield cell here.
Dude, I've seen 50 blue extended energy mags. Yeah, somebody, there's a Phoenix kid in there.
Alright, here's, I'm gonna drop some syringes here.
I'm gonna take it just in case.
Not what I wanted to do, but... There you go.
Okay, thank you. That's more than I need even. Yeah, good. Whatever, I'll pick him up. We can always share. You want to just push toward the center of the circle?
Yeah,
Or something? I don't
Sounds
know.
good. Good as a plan as any.
Oh, I thought the circle was right beside us, but no.
I'm still. See, I actually kind of like this pistol.
Yo, Rezo,
The
what's going on,
RE45.
buddy?
Yeah, it's pretty
How
good.
you doing, man? What pistols are you using, Zed?
The RE45.
That actually has pretty good range as well. It'll stay, especially if you have like purple equipment on it, it'll stay pretty straight for a good distance. Oh, I just heard some shots. Oh, there's a bunch of heavy in here.
Man, I've got so much ammo.
Yeah, I
I'm-
don't need
I'm
to pick up any
geared except
any more
for
ammo.
purple armor.
There's a purple death box up here.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm right behind you, Jeff. Yeah, and gunfire a little past
Yeah,
that.
I need some like
I
hop.
think it's in the
I need
river.
some, like,
It's going
hop-ups
down
and
over
stuff,
this
or-
section.
You need hop ups, you said?
Somebody threw smoke over there. Oh, is that not smoke?
That's
Is that
good.
just? That's just the color of the river. It's like
Here's
the
the disruptor rounds.
sunlight
for
hitting on the
your,
sand.
RE45 in there.
Dope.
Mid-range. G7 Spitfire here.
I assume everybody has a good bag.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I really need is another.
Oh,
is
somebody's
some
getting
better
res.
gear.
Here, I'll throw us a zip line up to this, up on the
Sounds
hill
gravy.
here.
Let's go make them babies. By that I mean rape their faces with bullets. Oh, they're across.
Yeah,
the
there's all
river.
kinds of shits going down over here. Oh yeah.
Dropship arriving.
They're right here.
Oh
One
shit.
guy.
Okay. Coming to you. Coming to you.
Where is
Over
he?
Here.
Where is he?
Shit. They're dropping an airstrike. I broke one of them's shield. There's a dude on this roof here. Oh damn, we're surrounded.
I got too fucking frisky. I came in to. I thought we were gonna double team him. I was gonna fuck that wraith up, and that arc star just like
Yeah,
turned
me
the
too, me
tides.
too. It's like,
Fuck this fat boy up.
I gotta go do
Alright.
something real quick, guys.
you guys get these. Oh yeah, you guys mentioned it before. These match
Yes.
quality surveys.
They're always on games that like I didn't enjoy. Always.
Yeah. I told it I enjoyed it just because I mean we just got in a bad situation
Right,
there.
and
I
you-
mean you know
It's usually
I mean
not
they
their
had
fault.
they moved better than
It's
we
usually
did.
not their fault that I
Yeah.
didn't enjoy it. It's because I fucked up.
Yeah, me too. I broke one of their shields as they were running up the stairs with that 99, so I got kind of frisky too. But when I ran out, there was another dude on that little small
Right.
building roof, and he fucked me up. Him and the Wraith too, I guess.
I thought I had Ultimate Game Pass. Thought I had the Ultimate Game Pass. Ultimate membership, 1 month. That's not the way. Well, I got it originally for Sea of Thieves and State of Decay 2. They were both coming out, and they were both going to be, the day they released, they're going to be on the Game Pass. So I got it for that originally. But then, yeah, so I played both. I played the shit out of both of those. Then Crackdown 3 was on there. That was the same thing. The day it released was on Game Pass. Black Desert is on there. There's like 100 games. Some of them, they're not all like the greatest games, but like there's entertainment to be had in them. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, there, yeah, like Sea of Thieves, there's, right, it's there, yeah, that's the thing, like, and some people love it for that, and some people don't like it because they need direction, but yeah, it's like completely open world. They advertise as like you make your own story, so you go out with friends, or you, oh, State of Decay, yeah, State of Decay, State of Decay, well, State of Decay 2 is the first one with multiplayer. So it's similar to like Remnant, where like somebody joins another person's game. So like if you're playing, I can join your game and like I help you get resources and do your missions and whatever. But then for doing that, when I log out of your game, I get, it's like, oh, here's these things for helping your friend out, and I get, so it's not like I don't get anything. Also, stuff I collect in the game, I can put it into my inventory, so I can like, you can either take it out of the trunk of these cars and take it, or out of your backpack and actually take it into like I could take it into your base manually and like unload it into your storage, or different bases have different number of parking spots. If a car's in a parking spot, you could go to it and like hit right in, when you're in the trunk, and just hit right trigger on each item and it puts it directly into your storage. If I were to hit right trigger on the items while we're in your game, it would put it directly in my storage. So like if I find a cool gun that I don't have yet or something, or I find this weapon, or I make this weapon or whatever, I can still keep it. It's not like I would lose it because I was playing in your game. So it's yes, in the first one there is. Yeah, and the I mean there's some, but it's not, it's like more, you kind of have to piece it together. So like there's different like settlements, different groups of people that like you go and you help them with, like, it's like you keep calling a radio where like somebody needs help or somebody whatever, and you go and see what it is, and they're like, oh, these people over here, they killed my friend, like, will you help me get revenge? And you can choose yes or no, and then so if you say yes, they hop in your car and you guys ride over there and you kill these people, and then this person, since they killed all their friends, they might want to join your group after that. But if you say no, then it's like they might be mad at you, and then you might still go over to talk to these other people, and they might still be assholes, and it might still have an issue with them. I mean, so like there's different variants like that, which I thought were pretty cool. But it was definitely much better. I spent a lot of time with Grim in there. Much better with friends. Yeah, there's more. No, it's like the first game, except there's multiplayer, and there's 3 different maps that you can go to. So like, now, the problem can be where if you are too quick. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you guys were waiting. Are too quick with it. Like I did. I was like kind of getting bored in the map. I didn't do everything, and I moved maps. And then all of my base that I built up, I had like 15 people living there. I had like gardens, and I had the tool shop, and I had like an auto shop, and I had all these things going on. All of that stuff gets uprooted, and you get all the materials back for that. But then you go to this map, and you're starting out of like basically like a tent and like a storage locker, and that's it. So then like everybody's hungry because like you don't have any like outposts that you picked up that like bring in food every day or bring in gas every day. You don't have any of that anymore. So like whatever supplies you had, they start to dwindle really quick the more people you have. So like that happened, and all of a sudden like I spent like the next couple hours just like I had the money and the resources, so I bought a base, but then like everything takes time. So when you go to set up, you have to clean up a couple spots, and you go to set up a garden. Well, that may take 7 minutes. Take two people in your community and 7 minutes to do, and then do another thing that might take 2 people and 5 minutes to do. But then as you're doing that, it's making your noise level rise, so you're more likely to be attacked by zombies. So yeah, I spent the first couple hours. Once I did that, I realized it was a mistake, and I spent it just trying to build back up, get the outpost, get all that stuff, because it was on a map I haven't explored, so I didn't know where anything was. But so it's like once you complete everything on one map, you can like then move and go to another map and kind of start over with your community. So you have all the people you acquired, all the materials, all the money and guns, and just kind of like go to a new place and make that secure also. Well, you still have the same issues because you go to a new map and you have a bunch of people and no supplies coming in. But if you have supplies that you're sitting on, like if you have enough food and stuff and you have everything upgraded, you can survive on that for a while, and it's not such a rush. But I didn't have that stuff set up. I just went to a new map, and I had way too many mouths to feed, not enough resources, and I kind of fucked myself for. Yes, it's more than that. Right. I mean, yeah, I think I played the first one on Game Pass as well, so I mean it was whatever. It was worth it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Believe it is. Yeah, the graphics are better. Yeah, I mean, I found a purple thing, but I don't have a backpack yet or anything. Actually, yeah, I'm currently using a Mozambique. I dibsed it, so it should be over there. It should stay there. There's a 80 heavy ammo and yeah, it's up. Oh, backpack, yeah. So I dropped my flatline and 80 heavy bullets up here. Okay. Alright, I'm coming. Oh shit. I had my
But the balloon is.
I had my
on
big
the edge of the
face
village,
on.
so-
I didn't have my gameplay on. What am I doing? Heading towards T-Town.
Yeah, and I can throw us a zip when we get to a better spot. Oh, there's another balloon anyway.
Oh, you guys jumped on a balloon, didn't you?
Oh, heck, we're on the edge of the circle already. Never
Yeah,
mind.
my controller died. Like a dummy.
Didn't realize you guys jumped on a balloon that was running.
My controller died like a dummy.
I'll try to send you a zip. Zed.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're
I'm
good.
far
You're
ahead.
good.
I'm like right there. Right where you guys are, pretty much.
Turbocharger.
Optics here. Close range.
Could be noise.
What's the turbocharger for again?
Yeah, Havoc
Energy
or
weapons.
Devotion.
Optics here.
And it does make them
Yeah,
badass.
it gets rid of
Yeah.
all the wind up time. Oh shit, the wall's here.
Yeah, we're right next to the circle though.
Not me. I was like dicking
Here,
around.
zip line
Okay.
ahead of you,
I
Joe.
was like dicking around in that town.
That was kind of a shitty zip line,
Whatever.
but
It helped.
I was trying.
Man, this chair is like all fucked up. My ass is hurting.
It was a disappointing zip line. There's this little, there's this kind of a tourist town, like 100 miles from me in Tennessee, and they have this. Oh, I'm gonna shut up a minute. We got fighting ahead.
Let me let me know where they are. Like ping them and
They're
I'm gonna
close
try
to
to
the
hold
wall.
up and snipe them a little bit.
I don't see him now.
Yeah, I saw
heard
some
it.
fighting over there. Oh, right here.
Oh yeah, right.
I caught it.
No, he's
guys
not
get
down
him?
yet.
There's two of them in here. Oh, one's running across the river, but where's this fucking guy at? I could have sworn I saw another guy.
I would have got him if I had a choke on this peacekeeper.
All in here.
Yeah, if you can mark them. Oh, I see. I hit one for 60 or 80. Oh, god damn it. He melted me.
I'm actually enjoying this. I just like destroyed their freaking shields.
Oh, noise.
Yeah, man, I got you.
But
And I got a med kit.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Oh, I think they're being.
Oh, guy just ran into the
Yeah, I think
circle
they're
up
being
here.
third party. I just got sniped from on the other side of the building.
Oh shit. Oh goddamn, there's a guy in the building hiding. Sid, you're coming up on the rear here. There's two guys in this building. That was a dumb move on my part, but I just didn't react in time. There's two guys in that building where I got killed.
Shit, wall's coming. Fuck.
Yeah, they might get killed by the wall if you just run.
Alright, I gotta get your thing first.
Don't get killed getting it.
Oh my god, there's so many boxes, I can't get in.
Oh, he's setting a portal. Yeah, just run, just run. Don't die. Sid set a portal.
No.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That wall will burn that. Oh damn, that fucker thirsted him.
I'm coming.
Yeah, let him go, man. Because that wall will push him out of your way. I hope.
yeah, if you take that portal, you're gonna never get just a bit
Oh
closer.
shit, I need heals. I don't have any more heals.
I had meds. I had a med kit or something, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a dead man. Good try. Shit. That was hectic.
I didn't have as many heals as I thought I did. I thought I had like a big one, so I was going to use that after all the little ones. Did not have it.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
I did a good amount of sniper damage.
Yeah, you thought that was going to be difficult to get that. Yeah, I got to get a pillow for my ass or something. I'll be right back. Ah, man.
Now I just need 3 kills with Wraith. That's all fine and dandy if you still have yet to kill anyone. Or no, wait, I've gotten some kills. Just not with Wraith, with Octane.
what time it is?
Oh goodness. Oh, which one of you? Are you both back?
I'm just out there.
Are you both back? You need to. You need
shit.
to listen.
Y'all know what time it is?
You need to listen to this song.
It's my
What
3
time?
a.m. talkie time.
I'm sorry.
Oh
Listen to
shit!
this.
I keep forgetting to get talkies. I'm listening.
Listen to this, guys.
About to burn some calories on my dick. I'm about to put my penis between your
Yo, what up, Mr. Grimbo?
About to drop my dick
Just
between
in
your
time
hips.
for 3 a.m. talkie time.
You're gonna love it. About to burn some calories on my dick. About to put my penis between your lips. Try to drop my dick between your hips. You're gonna love it.
What the fuck?
Where the fuck did you find that at?
Oh god. Just read. I don't know. I was just going through Facebook and this is what I saw.
Going through what?
Just going through Facebook.
Oh. Is there an accompanying video?
Yeah, it's called
Yeah, the guys saying
You
it.
Porn. Pornhub.
Have you ever
Oh,
heard that song? He's like, your boyfriend's a bitch, he ain't shit, he can suck on my. It's the same
Okay.
dude.
That's actually like a good song. It flows really well.
Yeah.
What kind of talkies you got tonight?
The original crunchy fajitas. So it's the ones that I had originally that were super good, that I tried to find a bunch of times, and then I kept buying the super hot ones. So it's the regular semi-hot ones.
Man.
The green bag.
Yeah. I want to try those so bad. I just cannot. That never occurs to me when I'm out at a place that would have them.
They're actually,
Is it T-A-K-I?
yep, Takis. So maybe it's Takis. I don't know. I say Takis.
I go to. I think you're right. Yeah. Talkies. I go to Walmart all the time, so I mean, I ought to remember.
Dude,
one
I
of
go to
these
Walmart
days.
like
Note
almost
to
every
self,
fucking
buy
day. I forget
Takis.
something. I'm like
It feels like that to me too. Every other day.
I
at
went
least,
today.
for me.
Maybe I didn't go yesterday, but I went today. I actually did some food shopping. But I definitely went like this past week. I definitely went at least 3 times.
So they're not available in the store, but I can order them online from Walmart.
Yeah, my Walmart didn't.
Yeah, you'd probably also Amazon, probably. I mean, I don't
my
know.
bad. I just keep
I
stealing that from
assume.
you. My bad.
Our thing is different than y'all's when it comes to Amazon as well. So not
do you mean by
100% sure.
Oh, you mean the product availability?
Yeah. Like you got to think about like the problem with it is you got to think about any company that exists in Canada, and also like any company that's in that's in the United States and also in Canada, you gotta think of them almost as separate companies.
Right.
Because they don't necessarily they like just because something's at just because something exists at the
Yeah, I got you.
just because
US
something
store.
exists in a U.S. store doesn't mean that it's here in Canada. And it's rough because like people will be like, oh yeah, it's at Walmart. I'll go check it out at Walmart, and they're like, no. But it's like literally anything. It's like the same. Like Best Buy doesn't have the same stuff that They like Best Buy here doesn't have the same shit there, even though like they're still technically same company by name. They're not the same company by the stuff that they sell. So that sucks.
Yeah, I don't even know if they are on Amazon. Actually, I was just, Amazon has almost everything.
Yeah.
If it's available.
Generally,
so,
you can find. Generally, like I can find a lot of the same stuff, or whatever, or a lot of stuff on Amazon or whatever.
But yeah, like you won't find these in like the chip aisle. At least I don't at my Walmarts.
Oh, where do you find them? Like
the freezer aisle, actually.
Foreign foods or whatever. Oh,
yeah,
the freezer
they're like
aisle.
no,
in a
they're
freezer
like hanging
case?
on like the end caps of those aisles.
Oh, okay.
Every time they have not been. In...
Because I'd like to try them, but I went to Circle K because you were talking about them, and I was like, "Do you guys have Takis?" And they're like,
"What
they're
the
like,
fuck is a
like,
Taki?"
What, Takis? And I was like, "Yeah." No, they're like Takis, like they're like, "You mean those rolled up chips?" And I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "Yeah, we don't they don't sell them at Circle K Canada." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Dude, the bitch ass Circle K's up in your neck of the woods up there, like, have tons of areas in their store where they'll like not put a price on something, or you might see that this all shit. I've been to this. Maybe it's just this local Circle K is a shitty one, but like sometimes they'll put up their 2 for whatever price things, but then they won't have the regular price, or on their beer that is in cases they won't have the price.
Oh shit!
It's
whoa.
fucked.
No, my bad. Grim just blew up my Facebook. I had my. Oh shit! We're being shot at. I had my YouTube open. Twitch is blowing up my face. I can't even talk.
Where's this coming from? Okay.
Gold shield. Broke it. The Bangalore is like one shot. Well, probably like 50 damage. Yep, Bangalore's down. Where are they? Ping them if you can.
Got a medic down. She didn't turn into a box, but she's dead. What the fuck? She just faded away.
Her box is sitting on the wall.
Her box is up
okay. Nice.
Thanks for that.
Here you go. Oh, I thought I was medic for a second. Because I killed the medic, my brain doesn't work. Okay. Hey, if you want to tell Grim, if he wants to hop in on this, I probably got like one more in me. I need to get something to eat.
Okay, Grim, you hear that? Zero's got like one more game, and then he's bouncing, going the way of the dodo. So we will be...
Bounce.
There will be an opening. Because, yeah, he did say he might be getting on. And I said, okay, we're full at the moment, but... Better luck next time, punk.
Yeah. Soon.
You little punk ass bitch.
Get another job, punk.
So yeah, so he
what
says...
What the fuck just happened?
He said, hi, lyrics I just heard. I'm about to put my penis between your limbs. I said, haha, this Froggy Fresh. What's Froggy Fresh's real name? Yeah. What's his name? Or what's his name? I'm smoking. What's up, Joe? Z0? Tyler? Cassidy? Just looked it up. If they Doritos, they're too cool to say their name. You see the new commercials? I saw some shit that major brand have.
So you've been hella ignoring them for a while then.
Major brands that have completely different ingredients in the U.S. and the whole of the world. Hey, Dan, Bruce talking to you. What the fuck? Hey, Dan, nice talking to you. You too. Cool story, Dan. So,
yeah.
He said if they're Doritos.
No, you weren't talking to him.
Yeah, he's talking to himself. Get down, Opie. He said if they're Doritos, they're. Or no, I saw some shit that major brands have completely different ingredients in the U.S. and the rest of the world. So like they might be like healthy shit here, but like in India they have like mud as the first ingredient or something.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Sure,
And
yeah.
sometimes one bit. Okay, there's
Zip lining up with the bones.
I did not hit any of those. Oh, they hit me though. They fucking hit me.
Yeah, I don't have a long range gun. I gotta take. Let's get in the buildings, maybe, or whatever.
I might not cover fire.
I might hear somebody
Not
approaching.
very well.
I'm in the buildings. I'm gonna try to get
Yeah, let me
closer or
shield up real
something.
quick. Zed, you also got to shield up.
yeah.
We should probably push toward the circle, but I'm like doing the flank of the village here of Skulltown to stay out of their sight.
Oh shit, there's Eminem playing on my YouTube. I gotta fucking stop that. I'm coming.
Oh shit.
There's two guys. I'm gonna crawl back.
Oh, it's a whole fucking squad. Oh shit. There were 3 of them.
Yeah, that was a
They
ambush.
fudged us. Well, they fudged me up real nice and good.
Yeah, me too. I got the shit ambushed out of me. I was expecting them up on the bones.
Oh, they only have 2 types
Of Takis?
as well.
What?
There's 4
Yeah.
here.
Pizza Palooza, and hot chili pepper and lime. A purple bag and
Purple bag is so hot.
They both sound pretty good.
That's the Fuego. So fucking hot.
what?
The purple bag?
The Fuego, yeah.
Did the Fuegos here say they're chili pepper and lime?
They might. So many of them have a picture of a chili pepper on them. I don't know. I just know they say Fuego, they're purple bag, and they're so fucking hot.
So Pizza Palooza is like a pizza flavored one, and it's a blue bag. And then they've got these purple ones. And then there's a white bag.
Yeah, the white
as
bag
well.
is guacamole,
Huh, wonder
and
what
that
the why.
is by far the best.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
Yo! Come here. I'll give you a reason to be crying like that.
But I can't buy the white one. It's on the website, but I can't buy it. Like it says out of stock.
Estimated delivery February 2020.
Something like that. But they're worth it. The guacamole Takis. Oh man.
Shit, man. You got me hungry for those things.
I'm weird though, I don't really like guacamole.
That's another thing I didn't try until I was
You are weird, Zed.
way too old.
If you don't like
I
guacamole.
I didn't
No,
try
I
it. I didn't
understand.
try
We
it
all
for
got
a
our
while.
stuff.
I didn't try it for a while, and then I tried it I tried it like a year ago, a year and a half ago. And I was like, oh, this stuff's disgusting.
Where'd you have it at?
See,
Chipotle?
Chipotle's I think is banging.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna,
Yeah,
I was just
think
gonna say
those
like I
is
like
pretty
all
good, too.
guacamoles. Some I like better than others. And I was gonna say Chipotle's is like my favorite. So good.
Yeah, I didn't
Walmart
like it. I
has
thought it was
some, if you like
gross.
Walmart has good, like, Walmart brand, and they're a little cheaper too. Like, I think they've got like a, I don't know how many ounces that thing is. It's a big container for like $4.88 or something in my neck of the woods.
I'll have to check that out.
Okay. It's pretty good. They got mild and hot. I usually get the mild, but the hot is
It's weird.
pretty hot.
It's weird though, cause I like avocado, or well,
I actually don't know if I like avocado.
I don't really like avocado, to be honest. Like, I like avocado when it comes to like putting avocado in my sub, but that's about it.
Yeah, I
don't
got
like
you.
avocado otherwise.
To each their own, you know. It's like we all got our own tastes. I mean,
But yeah, so I just don't like what's it called? I just don't like guacamole. Okay, a whole bunch of random shit, but.
yeah, I have no armor except a helmet.
Knockdown shield here.
Oh, there we go.
Select fire.
Oh, and the select fire.
Energy ammo here.
You know what? I'm gonna. I run around with an energy weapon in like 2 games. I think maybe I'll do that. Opie, cut it the fuck out, dog.
Yeah, they're good with that turbocharger. The Strangler's still out there, Joe, but you can suck it.
I absolutely would. I bet he wouldn't strangle me if I was sucking it. It's my self-defense mechanism.
Well, I don't know what kind of kinks you're into, but that sounds like kind of fun to me.
Oh shit, that's funny. Disruptors with RE45 anybody wants it.
Oh yeah.
That was the hop up.
Sure do. Opie, can you stop ripping shit up, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Actually, while I have that. So that's 80 heavy bullets. That's
Here's a triple taken energy ammo. There's a zip line outside that building.
shit,
Joe,
I gotta go this way for that
You want that
disruptor.
energy?
Thank you, but
Yeah, whatever.
I need
Yeah, no
these
problem.
disruptors. They're still here.
Yeah, the either the disruptors or the 45 was on the balcony.
Yeah,
I didn't take
45's here. The disruptors are gone. That's fine. No big deal. No big deals.
Zed, did you get the disruptors? I'm just wondering, just to make sure nobody else has been here.
The
Yeah.
disruptor round?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
did.
just want, I just wanted to make sure nobody else had.
Yeah, make sure
been there.
nobody's running around like right under our noses.
Ninja stealth.
Alright,
Which way you guys want to go?
oh, there's somebody right there.
Okay. Yep. You want to zip up to their flank?
Yeah, let's
here
go
on the
make them
zip line?
sad. Making them sad.
Make it hot. Oh yeah. You going to cry?
Operation Bring the Pain.
Oh, one went in there. Broke their shield. Oh, there's 2 guys in here. 2 guys. They fucked me up. 3 of them. If you got a grenade, you'll hurt them. You'll hurt them bad.
Oh man, I
They're
was
still
trying to
moving
throw a
shit, so-
fire grenade and I got fucking caught with a peacekeeper.
Good job, Zed. Oh, is that guy hiding behind the dude down?
Yep.
What the fuck? Dude, that sucks. Zed fucked this kid up, and then, you know, another guy was in there that he was shooting at, but there was a dude, like, crouched behind the dude he downed, all totally stealthed out. That was fucked.
He was a Pathfinder. He was chilling behind the whatever it is.
That was bullshit. I mean, you made a good move there, and I was like, okay, well, there's one down, and then the fucking guy was hidden like a little ninja bitch. Yeah, I gotta get Sabat to eat here, so if Grimster wants to
Yeah,
hop
I
in.
texted him. He said, okay, cool, but he hasn't gotten on yet.
I'll probably
He said,
hop
okay,
on
cool,
your
that's about it.
stream a minute. Alright.
Adios, Zero.
Good
Thank
night,
you for the
guys. I'll
games,
see y'all
buddy.
soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh yeah, you guys too.
Yeah.
See you.
Yeah, I don't know how many more games I got in me either.
How many games do you have
Yes.
left in you? Yeah.
After 3. I'm not like real tired, but I also don't want to be super tired tomorrow.
I want to be able to get up at a decent time tomorrow and actually, like, you know, rather than waking up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 2:30 o'clock in the
Yeah, I get up
afternoon.
early, like with Kim. I make sure she gets up, and I usually take a little nap. So I don't know. She depends on what time she leaves. Sometimes I have alarms that just keep going off, and I just keep getting up out of bed to make sure she's like up and moving. But then I finally get up usually like between 9:30, 10:30, something like that. And then I'm just like kind of tired all day. Just kind of.
I used to be doing that, but lately I've been staying up till, like, you know, 5 o'clock in the morning and everything, and then when I finally pass out, I end up sleeping till, like, because of the problem is I don't stay asleep for that long. So I'm like in and out of sleep constantly, up and down, waking up and stuff until, you know, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
I'm good, thanks. How about this way?
So he's breaking off to go to Skull Town, I think,
Yeah, I'm gonna check right here.
by himself.
Not running away, just exploring over there.
Attention. First round. Beginning ring countdown.
First blood.
No, I don't want an alternator. Is there anything
I think
up
I'll
here?
take it. Don't know. Probably. Should be plenty of stuff. What did you do,
Yep.
OB? What did you do? Did you do this? Did you do this?
Did you do this?
There he is. Crimson, he knocked
What did
over
he
my
do?
whiteboard.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
I could use that. New kill leader appointed.
Hey, we got ourselves a new kill leader.
Thank you.
Actually, I want to put that on that. Put that on that.
R301 here.
Oh, we got blue vest over here. Boom.
Still need a vest, period. Oh, nice.
Energy ammo here.
Do I want the R99?
Grimbo slice.
Hey,
Grimbo
Crappening.
slice.
coming on. Hey, shit.
Yeah.
You in the game? No,
Meet me
right?
in the mall. It's going
Oh.
down. Meet me in the trail. It's going down.
Going
Meet me
down.
anywhere.
Meet me in the tray.
So
Yeah.
zero
Meet me
left.
anywhere. Guarantee's going down. Yeah.
Meet me in Canada. It's going down.
Yeah, he had to go get something to eat. he
Yeah.
said.
We're gonna eat. We're gonna eat
Yeah.
some poutine.
So he's coming
and,
back?
Now he's
Some
done for
point.
the night.
Ah.
Did you like that Tyler Cassidy song?
Yeah, I never heard it before.
It was the new one.
Yeah.
It was the new one. I'm gonna put my dick between the lips.
Yeah. What was it? I'll put my penis between your limbs. Something crazy.
Thighs. It was I'm gonna put my I'm gonna put my dick on your lips. I'm gonna put my penis between your hips.
Yeah, I saw his shit. He was originally named Krispy Kreme, and he made this video, the baddest. I am the baddest of them all. And then Krispy Kreme sued him, so he changed it to Froggy Fresh. And then he just started. He made a bunch of shit as Froggy Fresh. Then he just started making Tyler Cassidy shit. I think the first thing was that piano one, like.
Yeah.
A better
Suck
thing.
on my dick,
I
he
don't
ain't
even
shit,
know I gauge
ain't
it
wet,
right.
all that shit.
Your boyfriend's
Yeah,
a
he's
bitch.
funny. I like
He
him.
ain't
I like
shit.
him. Yeah,
He
your
suck
boyfriend's a
on my
bitch.
dick.
He ain't shit. Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
I thought it was funny.
So I guess his
We're
shit's not
dead.
copywritten, right? So that's like free game or whatever.
No, it's
Yeah.
probably
It's free
he probably
game, yeah.
has the rights to it.
Well, he
No,
just
he
probably
doesn't.
doesn't have the algorithms and
Right.
the fucking shit or whatever.
That's why
right?
I was listening to Mercury's.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
called-
Okay. In the game. All right.
I think his stuff is. I forget exactly what it was. I believe his stuff is copywritten, but it's not enforced or something like that. Like there's something.
Probably. I mean, it probably
Sometimes
costs a lot of
there's-
money to have that shit scrubbed from every stream. You know what I mean?
Well, some people don't even give a crap, right? Like a lot of people don't give a crap because they want you to play their music. They want
Yeah, that's
free-
like I think that's free
trade
exposure.
and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly, right?
people
So-
that might not have ever seen or heard of you will see the shit on stream. So I think it's a smart play. Unless everybody knows who you are, then you're getting free plays.
Well, for a while,
because people
for a
listening to it
while,
already
the
know you.
rapper, for a while, the Rapper Tech 9 was like that. That he was cool with letting people play his music wherever. But that might have
Oh, yeah?
changed since then. But yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Tech 9. He's from what? Detroit.
Nah, I thought he was
Yeah.
Southern. I don't know. Yeah.
Tech 9.
I thought Tech 9
Hey,
did some
Google,
stuff
where's
with
Tech
Eminem.
9?
No, that was Royce the 5'9".
Maybe I'm. Royce
Kansas
the
City,
5'9",
Missouri.
Dude, yeah, that's who
Kansas City,
I'm mixing up with,
Missouri.
yeah. But Tech 9, he's on Worldwide Shoppers, which is good. A
Yeah,
bunch of
yeah. He's
fast
yeah,
ass rapping dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, Tech 9 is from Kansas City, Missouri, though.
Okay. So it's from Canada. That's what you're saying. Like I said.
Kansas.
You said Detroit. No, I know. I'm just kidding. Alright.
Hope you're staying in.
I was at the
But,
bar since work closed, so I might not make a lot of sense. Yeah, this girl I work with, her grandmom died while she was at work from cancer. And it was like, you know, real similar to my dad, how everything happened with hospice and sudden death, and it sucks. So, like, a lot of us just went out for, you know, so she could have a drink and chill. I usually don't go right after work to the bar or whatever, but. And I actually was like, yeah, let me be like, you know, responsible. I'll take an Uber from here, and then I order a fucking Uber, and it tells me to walk like, I don't know, some 4-minute distance. And then when I go there, the dude fucking cancels or some shit. First it said walk 2 minutes. I walked there, it said walk 4 minutes further. I walked there, then dude cancels. Then I ordered again, and then it got canceled again. So I'm like, fuck this. I'm just gonna walk back and just fucking drive home. So.
Do you guys have
I tried.
Have a what?
There's a not Uber, what's the other company that we use that has like the guarantee that they can't cancel?
We don't.
Lyft?
I don't know. But I was really surprised it got canceled. I mean, I legit walked further than I was supposed to.
Because that situation is happening a lot here. So
Blue vest
they
right
ended
here.
up.
Was that happening in Canada a lot? Yeah. With the cancellation.
Well, yeah, they were canceling a lot, but they changed it. They changed it, like then the company Lyft came out with that had the promise to the
not blow you off.
You gotta jump at the end.
Yeah, the 100% pickup guarantee.
Jump at the end.
So it happened so often that they had to come out with a guarantee that they won't get canceled on. Dang.
Well, no, Lyft is a different company.
Oh, well, so
Lyft
was canceled all the time, and Uber
No,
made
Lyft
the
has
guarantee,
the
or
guarantee.
the
Uber
opposite?
was making. Lyft has a guarantee. Uber was canceling so much, and then Lyft came out with this thing that's like this guarantee, you know, and
No, you can have it. You
that.
picked it up.
No, I don't need it. I accidentally picked it up.
Ah, okay.
I dropped it again, so.
Cool. Thanks, man. But yeah, also, it's because I noticed this thing, right? So, do you ever use Uber?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I noticed on, like, far trips, 90% of the time when I pay for, like, the one by your... or the one with people, you're just by yourself anyway, but it costs, like, 40% more. Like, it'll be like, yeah, cool. So, like when I would go to Joe's house, sometimes I do pool, sometimes I do regular. But most of the time, even when I did the pool, it was just me by myself anyway, except it cost like $10 less. So like that's what I did tonight. So that's why I had to walk like a little bit. And then this shit literally changed and made me walk further, and then I walked further, and then it changed back to where it originally said. And then the driver went there and immediately canceled. It's like, what the fuck? It showed his path. He was going to drive past me, turn around. It was on a street road. Looks like a main ass street. So it was just fucked up. I don't know.
So you guys hung out at the bar at your work?
No, the Fox Hunt. It's like literally right across from Fridays. TGI
Okay.
Fridays. And that little shopping center. So it's like, 2 minutes away. So usually when I go there, like some girl that I work with that lives in Mayfair will be there, and I'll just catch a ride home with her and then Uber in tomorrow. But she has another job and she's been off, so I was just going to drive and I'm like, nah, you know what? I'll just take a fucking Uber. And then I ordered, I get canceled on $5 cancellation fee.
Which is
I
crazy.
order
If
another
they
one,
cancel,
figuring
like
this
you
dude will pick it
shouldn't
up
have to pay the fee.
and come to where I am.
Like if you cancel, I get it.
Yeah, I took a screenshot
But,
when I was at the second place and I realized it switched back. I'm like, yeah, this dude's gonna cancel. So I took a screenshot so I could fight it. Which, I'll do tomorrow, whatever. It was
like
ridiculous,
it's
I
$5,
feel.
so it's like whatever. But like the fact that like he canceled, you shouldn't have to pay.
It's still.
Like that's absurd to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had somebody do this to me before. I ordered a ride at my house, right? And the shit told me to walk like Leon and Fuller, right? And then I go to Leon and Fuller, then I'm watching, you can see where the car exactly is. And the car went to like, it came up Welsh from Frankfurt, didn't turn down, like Morrow, Leon. Then it turned on Crispin, didn't turn down Leon, went all the way to Ron, made the left, and then canceled. I'm like, bro, like, you missed me so many times, and then he canceled. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I was exactly where I was supposed
He
to
probably
be.
couldn't
Like,
find it or whatever.
it made no sense.
Like a dummy.
I got that back. He literally missed 3 turns I could have taken to me.
Like why?
it
Like
was
Leon and Fuller
super ridiculous. I felt like.
doesn't seem like
He was supposed to be picking me up. Yeah, Leon and Fuller, right in the middle of the, all those blocks. He came from Welsh in Frankfurt, drove all the way up to Crispin, made a left, back down Ron, and just passed everything and kept going, then canceled. And it was like, you had so many times to turn down a street.
like
head
why wouldn't it
towards
just
me,
be
yeah.
like Welsh and your street or whatever?
Yeah,
It's basically the same distance.
Well, yeah. Well, when you do fucking the
pool,
what's it
right?
called? Pool. Sometimes they'll just make you walk, and sometimes I notice I see where they're coming from. I see where we're going. It's not even more efficient. It's almost like, sometimes they'll just pick me up from the house, but like, shit made no sense. It told him to go down Leon, and then it was.
No. Yeah, he
Did he
just
just cut
unplugged
out?
his controller. Somebody's shooting. Oh, we got people? People.
Right. I'm going outside. Oh, behind me. God damn. What the?
Yo, it's been like this all night. It's been this ridiculous shit.
Oh,
Oh, man. Tell him, Zero. Tell him how ridiculous it's been.
Come on, Zero. Tell him.
Like,
So I was getting lit up from behind. I went invisible, and the dude, I made like fake outs, and he still just shot me until I was dead, even though I was like, I thought he wouldn't know where I was. But yeah, that sucked.
yeah, like I played a couple games of Ram earlier, and then Zed joined. Yeah.
Oh,
and
Ram was
then-
on? Oh yeah, that's what Zed said in
Yeah.
his stream. I
And
saw.
then
Alright.
Zed joined. We played a couple games together. Then Ram had to go to school. Then it was me and Zed. And then me and Zed, I'm just like, I've had enough. Let's play something else. We played something else for a little bit. Then Zero got on. So we switched back. And
It's just
Yeah,
getting
it's
rough.
Black Desert. Black Desert.
Minecraft or something?
Minecraft would have been more
Oh,
fun.
Black Desert. That's that
Yeah.
RPG thing, right?
Yeah.
So Minecraft is
Yeah.
actually fun, I've seen some videos and it looks ridiculous. I will tell you that.
It's actually like, super relaxing and a lot of fun.
It does look.
Yeah.
Is it really?
So much less stressful.
Once
yeah,
you get
and
past
you get over that
the,
the blockiness real quick. Like, you know how like you have to stay
Really?
up for an hour after playing this? Like if you switched, like, I don't know, an hour earlier, you switched to Minecraft, you'd probably be able to go to bed in like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Are you fighting other people at any point? You're playing survival, so at any point
There
can
are
somebody
things.
come up and fight you?
No.
Is that possible? Is
No.
there guns? I don't
Well,
know.
there's like bow and arrows and stuff.
But they can
No,
kick you to
there's
death
no other people.
with
There's
the.
a bow
There's
in
like monsters in the world, but there's no other people. No,
You can
So it's called survival
if there was
because
a
you can fight
world,
monsters.
yeah, it's like you go, you start with
and
nothing.
you can die of
Yeah,
not
you start with
eating and
nothing.
stuff like that.
You have to kind of gather resources and build some sort of safe haven before the night comes. Because when the night comes, the zombies come
How
and
do you-
stuff.
How do you fight the monsters? What weapons do you have?
Swords, bows and arrows.
Swords? Oh yeah, you did say you were giving him a sword and a half the other night. Or last night maybe. Okay. So just swords?
The bow and arrow.
And bow and
Look at the
arrow.
And you
bottom.
can use your pickaxe or your axe, whatever, as a weapon. Your shovel.
Oh, is somebody else on the
I'm in the
bottom?
middle.
One of you on the bottom? Anybody on the bottom? Somebody shut this bin.
No, not us.
Right here.
No.
It wasn't you? I have a longbow. I don't want a longbow.
I got a hemlock I can give you.
I mean, well, yeah, I have a hemlock and a longbow, but do you want the longbow? I'll drop it for you.
Sure.
I'm
I'll
not
give
gonna use
you. Yeah, I don't know. I can give you another.
See any vests?
I can give you another hemlock for it.
Are
Yeah, I'm
you
above
close? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it right here, I guess. Oh, you're right
I
here.
also got a select fire and a.
Yeah, I hate the longbow.
They were on stairs.
Okay, I'll take the select fire. Go. Thank you. Wait, did I pick the wrong thing up? Yes, I did.
But yeah, just like
Ooh,
the
301.
rhythm of the Minecraft. So it's like when you're mining, it's like. You know what I mean? So it's just like.
Oh, so a lot of the thing is just mining, like breaking
Yeah.
blocks.
So yeah,
or
you're
whatever?
gathering resources. So like you're breaking dirt up,
Okay.
or you're breaking up stone.
So kind of like what's that game that everybody's playing? Fortnite, where you gather resources
Sort
or whatever.
of.
It was that
Yeah.
before Fortnite, so I feel like nobody appreciated me comparing it to Fortnite.
Yeah. So basically, you have a pickaxe and you
What?
break down, but you can't break down like.
Okay.
I guess you could. There aren't buildings to break down, but if there were buildings, you probably would be able to break them down. You can like build buildings, but
Okay.
And
Oh,
there's a
did
whole
you ever
bunch of
play
different types of
Rust?
yeah, a
material.
little bit, but not on.
I
not
watched some funny
PvP.
Rust
I played
videos.
like Oh no, I didn't play Rust. I played Rage. Never mind, different game.
I have the energy ammo. Wait, Rage? I think I played that. Is that the one like
Yeah.
post-apocalyptic, some shit?
Didn't they just?
Yeah,
I think
I
I beat
Well,
it.
Rage though. It was Rage was like a 3-disc game that like you had to install the first 2 and play on the third or something.
Was that on 360?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I think I did play that. Okay. Oh, so yeah, Rust, right? I've seen these videos. I've seen them a few times on like, Facebook, YouTube, whatever. And this dude builds a shop. It looks like a store. So people come in and they go to the window and they're like, yeah, let me buy this or that. And then he like shoots some shit on the floor that drops everybody in the spikes and then like turret guns shoot him to death. And just keep doing it over and over. It's
Yeah.
pretty funny. I mean, he's probably a big asshole, but it's funny. And then some people come back again like, come on, just give me like a revolver. And then it's like, yeah, if you can take it fast enough. and then shoots the shit out, and then they die real fast. I mean, it's pretty funny.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Grenade.
But yeah, so I assume Rust is a similar survival type game. Like Conan is, Ark is, where you start with nothing and you have to go gather resources.
Conan?
Yeah,
Like Conan the
Conan
Exiles.
guy?
Yeah, it's based off of Conan the Barbarian, but it's a survival.
301, Barbarian. That's what I was trying to
But
remember.
it's a survival game. So like, yeah, you start
Came out
off
of sword guy.
with nothing. You gather materials until you get enough to like make a couple weapons or like tools
There you
to
go, bro.
like make it easier to gather with stuff, and then like. But in Minecraft and Conan, there aren't really. It doesn't get more dangerous at night. They did change it recently. Last time I played, there were like sandstorms. So like after like an hour of play,
yeah.
there was all of a sudden a fucking sandstorm that just like kills you if you don't have like a house to live in. Yeah, like you
Oh,
can't
shit,
escape
really?
it. Like you go underwater,
Oh.
it still hurts you. It's fucking
You know
crazy.
what?
Someone was telling me that I
That
should
doesn't
play
make
that
sense.
game. Is
Get
that
down and
a
lay
game
down.
worth
Conan,
playing?
it's alright. It would be much better with people. And I don't know anybody that plays it, so it's not that fun.
Okay.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, so some of the stuff I read about the next season of Apex, supposedly there's gonna be like
Yeah,
environment
environmental. Fire
type
and ice.
damage, like yeah.
I think it's called Fire and Ice.
One of them is like,
Is this season.
Yeah,
supposedly
it might
some.
be.
They were talking about a guy in a stream earlier was talking about some new pistol or whatever that does some sort of like weird damage or whatever. That's what he was saying. Some new type
shit.
damage. Holy shit!
I
holy
was
shit,
just gonna
holy
say we're right in the middle of shit, so we're probably gonna get fucked up if we don't make some sort of move. Zed, come back towards us.
Yeah, that was me.
Somebody's here.
Yeah,
Wait, is that you? I don't know. No, it's not you. Oh my god.
Nice shooting. That's me. That's me.
I'm about to die. I should probably go invisible and do this. I'm like half % health. I'm going over here. Underneath. You want to come over here?
No, I'm good. I think I'm just gonna turn into a boxer.
Oh my god.
My bad. I knew I would just instantly die if I tried to do anything. Oh shit. Suck a dick, bitch. Oh god. I'm not doing cool stuff. Oh god. I'm dead.
So all night I've had 5 kills.
Well, I remember, what was it, like, I don't know, a week ago. Me and you played, I think I might have had 0 kills the whole night. So,
I've gotten
could
one.
be worse.
I've gotten one the whole night. So
I don't have any,
Yeah, but I've been
for
playing
sure.
since 10 o'clock. You've been playing since 3.
You got me beat. You got me beat.
I think this
Alright,
is my
this
last
is the one.
before
We're
I
not
go to bed.
playing ranked, right?
I think
We're
this is
playing
my last
regular?
one also. It's 2:30.
Okay.
So make it count.
Yeah.
You hear that, chat? This is the last one.
Yeah, I blew your chat up in like short
Yeah.
period of time. See if you look at
You
it.
know, I put YouTube on to change the song. I think there was a Eminem playing or something. And I had to stop that, and then we were doing stuff, so I
okay.
didn't get a chance to switch it back.
Yeah, I figured I figured they're playing. They probably don't look to sit in the middle of
I
games.
tried to.
They're busy.
I would have noticed if I had Facebook up. But I did not.
Wait, so does the Restream app show you shit, or you have to have each individual thing open and see when you get messages or whatever?
Restream, everything kind of does. Restream, if I had the website open, would have a chat there. But I have the new version of OBS that I downloaded has an activity feed, so it tells me when somebody follows or whatever. Would tell me if they subscribed, if I could have subscribers, donations, stuff like that pops up. And then there's two types of chats. There's one where it's linked to the Twitch, because that's what it has to be like synced with, and then the other is the Restream chat in the OBS software itself. But I used to have all of them open just so I would be able to tell if like one stopped working. So I'd know if like...
I think people are below us. I'm not
Alright, I went to the other building.
Yeah, I don't see anybody actually. Might be wrong.
Oh, they're on Zeticus. I'm coming, Zeticus!
Fucking Peacekeeper.
Okay.
Only gun I had was a freaking Hemlock, and it didn't keep up against the freaking Peacekeeper.
Oh, I thought I got the double energy gun. I did not.
No!
Also, while I was talking, I feel like I sound like I'm retarded.
No. Not any more than usual.
You guys doing
Yeah, I'll
another
do
one?
one more.
Nah.
Because that was a short thing.
Nah.
And then this,
Yeah, sure.
then I gotta get to bed and get the puppy to go poop, hopefully. In that order. We go to bed and then hopefully poops on my chest.
How's everything going? Is he like
no.
Gaben or what?
Today, yeah, no.
Not
They
today.
got it, him and Chibs got into it last night. Yeah, like an actual
Like fighting?
legit fight. And he bit Chibs. I don't know if he bit Chibs in the head
Oh,
or just Chibs' head hit his tooth at some point. But Chibs is like a cut on his head. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
And it's not big, and you probably wouldn't even notice it, except it's like right in like the white part, like on the top of his scalp. So then I checked him. Yeah, so like I
Just see
checked
blood.
him after the fact. Like after it happened, like I kind of sat them down like in front of each other, and eventually like I put Chibs in the crate, took Opie back to his crate. Then like Kim came in and thought like Chibs attacked Opie, so she wanted me to check Opie to see if he's like bleeding. So I pulled him back out of the crate, checked him. Didn't see anything, put him back in the crate, went out, checked, pulled Chibs out, checked Chibs, and didn't see anything. Then like an hour later, Kim like came and got me because there was blood on him. It's not bad, it's just a little bit.
Wait. So at the end of the story is when you got the head bite?
That's when we noticed it. At the end of the story I told you was when we noticed it.
Okay. I thought that happened, then all the other stuff. So that was the last
Yeah,
thing that happened.
yeah, we noticed the blood on his head. Yeah. So they've been separated all day. We did walk them together, and they seemed fine. But everything's separated. We had the food and the water, we had like the kitchen together. And I think that's what it's over, because Opie just will eat until he throws up. So I think Chibs is just like had enough of it, because he showed a little bit of aggression over food the other day, but nothing too serious. And then this was a real like all-out fight.
There's a hat up here at best.
Alright.
Can anybody land in this little town, or they're at Relay or whatever?
Yeah, no, I think we're by ourselves here. Yeah.
Okay.
Nope, I hear shots.
No, there's
Okay,
someone
yeah, I
out
hear
here.
the shots over there.
Over there's people. I pinged a vest in this room. Up top here. Second floor. Yeah, there it is. And a hat. You don't have one. Oh man, I missed way too many shots.
Oh shit, behind you, behind you.
Oh god, shit. I'm getting fucked up.
Okay, that's it for me. It's just not gonna get any better. I'm gonna stop trying.
Yeah, probably.
But I will be on tomorrow night. Tomorrow
Alright.
is Free
Oh,
Play
yeah.
Friday, so I don't know. I'm gonna break it up. I'm definitely gonna play more than one game. I don't know when. Maybe I'll do a little Borderlands with Kim. I don't know, but I definitely am gonna do a little bit of Minecraft, a little bit of Apex.
Oh, I get unplugged again. Alright. So Free
Yeah, I
Play
actually had a bunch of
Friday.
people, not a bunch, but more than it's been in a while, come in over the Minecraft. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. Sure. Maybe they like
Yeah,
Minecraft.
so maybe make some funny stuff happen in Minecraft, and people love it. I don't know.
Yeah. And maybe that's.
Maybe that'll help us figure out how to keep your controller plugged in. Just a maybe.
God damn, I got disconnected again. Oh my god. Well, I
Alright.
really have to pee, so I will
Adios,
see
I'll
you
talk to you
guys
tomorrow.
later.
Yep,
And
thanks
good
for the
game,
games.
guys. I'll see you later.
Alright, Zedicus, I'm out as well. Thank you for the game, sir. I will see you. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you got me on it too.
Sorry. Good night.
Fuck, adios. Alright, eh? So, I want to give a big motherfucking shout out, big thank you to everybody, all of yous, every single person who decided to spend even 30 seconds with me and my team, and I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. So, shout out to Razo, follow him on Twitter, Instagram as well, I think. I think it's the first time he's been in there. I appreciate you coming in. Shout out to Armored Ozzy for hopping in and chatting, and also for the games. Shout out for Zeddy for hopping in and chatting, and also for the games. But yeah, thank you, whether it was Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, or YouTube you stopped in. I appreciate it. A big thank you to Zero for the games, and also for being in the chat. Appreciate that. And thank you to Grimbo for the games and also being in the chat. tomorrow is Free Play Friday, so like I said to them, I will definitely be playing probably some Apex, I'm sure. Definitely do a little bit of Minecraft and maybe some Borderlands 3 with the girlfriend. Depends on what time she gets home from work. And coming into October, we're going to be doing a scary stream night. So I don't know if it's going to be Saturday or Sunday. It's going to be something to do with the girlfriend. Probably going to do the Blair Witch. Since that's a new scary game that maybe we'll run through Resident Evil 7 again. Or do Evil Within. That was a terrifying game. So something. We're probably going to start with the Blair Witch and see how well that goes, how far that goes, how long that lasts, all those good things. But again, thank you for being here. Everybody who did come here, I really appreciate it. But to those who didn't